Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final three dungeons of this game. I want to stress for a second. There is a... Yeah, that just happened like yesterday. There is a non-zero chance that I will not beat this game today. We have three dungeons left. The Cyclone, the Charge through Palamicia Castle, the final dungeon. That's actually it. That's all that's left in the game. There's nothing else. I do have one of the blood swords, and the second blood sword is something I can get right now, actually. Literally right now. But I want you to understand that there is a chance we will not beat this game, despite that being all that's left. In fact, I was doing a bit of research and double-checking on myself of what's come up to come, and I'm not sure we'll be able to beat this game without cheats, which has been a personal goal of mine this entire time. No reason for it, really. Just a flex. Really, Blades of All. Interesting. I have beaten this game without cheats. The NES version of the game, without cheats. Once. And the goal is for this to be the second, and indeed, final time. In fact, I never want to play the NES version again. Like, I plan to put this into the hands of the Lorraine someday, and have them play this game, and then have them not reach the first dungeon and then quit. That's more or less literally the goal there. Video proof. And plus it helps the review. It does always help the review when I don't skip over stuff like this. So, you may or may not notice, we did do a little bit of grinding off camera. Not actually as much as you'd think. But our weapon skills are up in the 9s now. I was going to do more off-camera grinding, but here's the weird problem. So, what you may not know is that the overworld encounters for almost the entire overworld have been changed. Which means they're all awful now. And just to put this into perspective, the enemies around here are considered a joke. The enemies around here include those enemies right there. Do you see those? Those are sorcerers. And for those of you not reading the review document, first of all, I don't blame you. But second of all, let's talk about sorcerers for a second. Let's pull up the monster thing here, and let's look at sorcerers for just a second. Because you notice there's frickin' 5 of them, by the way. Let me just start with that. Of course, now it's reloaded. Hang on, give me 1 second to actually pull up the sorcerer here. There we go. This guy. This wonderful, beautiful man. So the sorcerer, in addition to having a decent amount of health, and, you know... He actually doesn't have that much health. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong stat. He has very little health. Very little attack, very little defense, very little evasion, you know. He's in the back row, of course, and he casts the following. Drain 8, Fire 8 as an AoE, Blizzard 8 as an AoE, Stun 6, Confuse 6, Haste 6, Curse 6, Death 6. So we can kind of push our way through some of these. So you may or may not notice that 3 of the party members are dead in the milliseconds there that I was pushing forward. Yeah, so... And that's the best way I can say it. These are the easy enemies. I need to stress that this is not a joke. This is not a hyperbole. This is not a bit. You don't believe me to some extent or another. I can just tell. I can feel it. This is the easy enemies because there are 2 enemy encounter groups. There's 3 total in the new overworld. There's this stuff which is mostly overworld, and then there's the stuff around Palamicia, and there's the stuff around the Jade Passage. Now, the reason that's relevant is because for this dungeon's actually pretty well designed. It's actually right there. It's up in the upper right. You see that? The Cyclone. That's actually the next dungeon right there. When we go to do that, we will have the ability to exit out at will with teleport. And then we'll be able to go to the only remaining serious heal spot in the game, which is right here. Here's the problem. I want you to imagine for a moment that we... here, let's pause. I want you to imagine that we have an issue in the next dungeon. Okay, remember there's 3. So the second dungeon, we start having issues, and it's like, oh no, what do we do? Well, I want you to look at this wonderful, beautiful, amazing overworld map for just a second. And I want you to understand that the next dungeon is way up there, at the eastern end of that desert. Finn, the recovery spot, is over there. It's circled in red, if you can see. It's kind of like right in the middle there. It's on the southern peninsula. So that's our... oh, sorry, no, I'm wrong. That's Altair. That's Finn. Excuse me, that's Finn in the Crescent Lake up there. So that's Finn, and that's our dungeon. Sorry. So you're probably thinking, well, that sucks, but no, it's so much worse than you're thinking. Because here's the funny thing. They give you an airship. Immediately after we do the cyclone, we get the airship. I'll talk more about that in a minute, but the airship is required to get to this dungeon, right? So we use the airship to get in. Now, what happens if we teleport out of the dungeon? Because we used an airship to get in. Well, what it does is it puts you here in the desert, and the airship teleports back to Finn. So you have to walk through the 3rd worst encounter group in the entire game just to get back to Finn, to get back to the airship, to get back into the thing. So I want you to imagine the scenario that you're low on health, low on resources, and you're like, I want to retreat, you know, make a second go of it. Yeah, no, the airship retreats to get soft lock, but the point is they deliberately went out of the way to make the enemy encounter groups around here worse as punishment for the fact that you decided to bail on the Palamecia dungeon partway through. Because you have to slog through hell to get out of Palamecia. Now you're like, well, hang on, if that's the 3rd worst, what's the 2nd worst? So, funny thing. You see this stretch of land here, the kind of like horizontal dagger peninsula? That's the lead up to the final dungeon. That final tip at the end, that's where the Jade Passage is. And you're probably thinking, we'll just land right by it with the airship. No. So you can't really tell from this picture because I'm zoomed out so far. Let me try to... just a little bit. Okay, there. So you see all that really bright green and the... yeah, you can't land there. You have to land over here. So you have to walk through this nonsense in order to get up there. This is the 2nd hardest encounter group in the game. Right here, this peninsula. So... if you want to leave the final dungeon, you have to exit out and then walk through hell and then take the airship to go recover up at Finn. By the way, one last little fun thing here. We'll get more into this later, but just you know, you can teleport out of the final dungeon. However, it is the only dungeon in the entire game that requires a leveled exit spell to teleport out of. If you have not been leveling the exit spell, you can't leave. Now, I know what you're thinking. Lord, no, I'll just walk out. No, you're not listening to me. There's no doors or staircases in the final dungeon. There's one-way teleport pads. So, yeah. Anyways, let's get on with this. Okay, so. I think so, honestly, Dakota. We seem powerless before the Emperor's magic. The Emperor's magic produced the whirlwind. You can't enter the cyclone. Your bodies would be torn apart. The Emperor is inside the cyclone. That's... I'm hearing conflicting reports here. If we succeed, peace will return. This is Finn's 2nd floor. Thanks. There are many repairs to be done. I'm waiting for the prince. Even though we now have Ultima, it's still hopeless. We will be swallowed by the whirlwind before we can use it. It'll be impossible to enter unless we could fly. Man, I sure wish we had an airship so we can enter the whirlwind. The Emperor conjured a whirlwind. It's coming right for us! The Emperor's hiding within the eye of the whirlwind. The ship capsized in the storm. I couldn't find any of you. So glad to have found you. Oh yeah, by the way, the ship... you know what? I don't even care. No, we can get the second blood sword right now, as I just mentioned. And we are going to get it. At this point, all bets are off. Hang on, I gotta make sure I have inventory space, which I kinda do. What aspect of FF2 has the most potential? Gameplay-wise? Yeah, the overall changing as you progress is actually legitimately cool. It's actually really impressive for the NES. Yeah, some towns are straight up destroyed, some towns are permanently changed, some inventories are changed as you go forward. Actually, a decent number of future FFs would use these exact same metrics, and to better effect. Go ahead and sell the white robe, I'm never going to use it. God, I'm actually struggling to think of anything else. You know my opinions of use it to level it, and there are better examples of that which did it differently, so hi Star Wars. So, Whirlwind. You're trying to break in? I can't believe you guys. But here's a tip. Search behind the bed. Okay, get out of my way. I think there are literally 3 towns left. So hey, some treasure. Ruby armor, black belt. So the black belt armor is actually really, really good. So much so. Go ahead and put that on right now. It's drastically reduced defenses. But, you see that evasion right there? Our evasion went from whatever to 599 just having the black belt up. Now, the ruby suit, we'll put that on her. And that does have some evasion. As much as I'd like. I don't know what else it does, because of course nothing in this game indicates anything like that. So give me a moment and I'll try to tell you what this thing actually does. Ruby armor, ruby armor. Here it is. It's just a better light armor. That's actually all it is. It's not as good as the black garb, which is what I just put on Furion. Not really atrocious. Not personally. I mean, it's still classic, right? This is Dragon Quest II, which is better. Well, Dragon Quest II scored pretty badly, but almost all of that was the outro. So I'm going to say Dragon Quest II. Sorry, I'm chewing on something here. What else are we about to get here? Sorry, checking what we got on everyone. Yeah, exactly. Dragon Quest II is actually a solid game until it nosedives. It's a good way to put that. Thief gauntlets, quartz armor, none of which I want. Elixir, which I do want. Gold haircut. Okay. Oh, nice, Whittle. Instead of screw you. Silver armor and blood sword. Alright. So we have 2 blood swords now. I think I'm going to toss everything else here, except the elixir, obviously. Ironically, dual-wielding them would do nothing in this version of the game. However, this does mean I can put one on our super secret mystery last character, as well as, you know, Furion. I'm not surprised they're not touching 5. There's probably just not the interest in 5. Under the hood, I mean, for them. Okay, so let's get rid of that. Yes. Get rid of that. Yes. Get rid of that. Yes. You know how I was like, oh, we're totally going to try just armor? Yeah, well, we need to start getting ready for the final boss. And the final boss is deliberately designed to be very anti-armor. If you don't have evasion for the last boss, he will Shrek you so hard. Yeah, I actually mentioned that yesterday, Dark, right? Okay, so. Now what? Right. I expect even more ridiculous stuff than usual, Zactaft. Okay, so I actually forgot to do this. I need to say Wyvern to her. In the past, we've used the Light of the Pendant when we wanted to call the Dragoon and the Hiryu. Okay. So we have to find the mirror now. The good news is, even though absolutely nothing indicates what we're supposed to do at this part of the game, I have a walkthrough. Hang on. Is this correct? Okay, yeah, here we go. Isn't that great, having walkthroughs? I'm barely joking when I say that it was such a sea change for me when GameFAQs came out. I've mentioned that before. I call it the era of the GameFAQs because it was just so different, suddenly being able to beat games, or to find stuff in games, or to not be constantly frustrated trying to figure out where to go with games. Because so many games have walkthrough-itis. I don't care about any of that. So here's the mirror. We use the pendant because gotta love it. And hey, the Hiryu! Through the mirror, the image of the egg appears and hatches into a Hiryu. Yay. And then flies here very quickly. The Dragoon and the Hiryu are together at last. Yay. See, nothing... This is mandatory. You have to do this. My favorite part, similar to another game that's coming up, FF3, nothing... Like, you get the Hiryu for exactly one thing. It is only required to get into the Cyclone. Once we're in the Cyclone, we will never use the Hiryu again. But yeah, here's the really funny part. There's actually a twofer here, okay? So we have just gained our final quest item, which is the Hiryu right here, right? You can use that in combat to cast... Blaze 7 is actually specifically what it is in this version of the game. Now, that's a really good spell, and a nice AoE, and it's free and infinite, and there's no bugs with it whatsoever. Thank you, Game Geek, for the sub. As always, if you give me a moment, I'll write this down. For Tokyo Extreme Racing, Godzilla, etc., and Final Fantasy IX. So I said there's no bugs. I lied to you. Here's the thing. You remember how I mentioned, almost casually, a couple of days ago, the 1 in 256 glitch? The one that everyone knows from Pokemon? Well, this is not supposed to break. But every time I use it, it has a chance to break. A 1 in 256 chance to break. Now, I was not able to find very specific info on if that soft locks you out of the game. But... I just want to be clear. A key item has a chance to break on use. So we're going to leave Ricard in the back there, because, believe it or not, even though I like him and he's cool and all, we're actually only going to use him for the next 2 dungeons. And his entire life is now using the Wyvern in every single combat, and hopefully we won't die from that. Fun fact, by the way, it is possible to go ahead and get the Wyvern, which we just did, before you learn the Cyclone keyword. Why is that relevant? Well, if you do that in that order, you never learn the Cyclone keyword, and then you never actually have the ability to enter Paul's treasure room, which contains, among other things, that black belt, which is very nice armor. I'm actually going to be needing a second one in a bit here. And it means you'll never get the second blood sword. 2 extremely good items locked out because you did things slightly out of order. Anyways. Speaking of, I'm actually going to double check something here really quick. Yeah, you do need the blood sword. I'm sufficiently tempted to go do this now rather than later. Yeah, let's go ahead and commit to that. So there's actually a piece of treasure I missed earlier. That's on me. I'll accept it. Blah blah blah. Make sure we're in the right area here. Yep. Okay. Cool. Let's save state really quick. Yeah, by the way, we're in the second hardest encounter table in the game, in this area right here. Which is part of why I'm just trying to get this out of the way. But hey, check it out. We can use the Hiryu. So we're hitting for 600 damage. That's not actually pretty good. Alright, we're paralyzed. Perfect. Okay, that's good. We're getting crit and blinded. Okay, yep. And now we're blinded again. These are all great things that are happening. It heals them. These guys heal from fire damage. I actually don't think I knew that. Yes? They heal from fire. What's up?
Or egg, cheese, spinach,
Egg, cheese,
like
spinach?
roll things.
Ooh.
Theo was not awake enough to know.
Oh, well, thank you.
No worries.
So anyways, that sucks. Various things. Let's slowly leveling our heal spell. Very, very slowly. I've been putting real thought. And by the way, there's no, like, remedy in this game. There's no heal all, for you ask. Technically, the heal spell at max level heals all. Or I think actually at, like, level 8 or something like that. But, you know. See if we can get some actual damage here. Come on, damage! 53 damage! This is as good a time as any to mention there's an interesting little quirk in items in this game. So you may or may not know this, but you can throw books at people. In fact, you can actually throw a lot of items at people using the inventory command. Excuse me. If you do so, it will always assume you're doing it as an AoE. Now, that's done for programming reasons. It's done to just bypass any possibility of calculation. But it's extremely frustrating because it means you're always going to be using the inferior version of the spell. That applies to the spell I was just using, too, the Hiryu thing. Hang on. So, hang on. His heal is at 2, but nowhere towards leveling. Her heal is at 2 on the way to 3. Let's just keep using her heal. On the off chance we can get a heal 3. I don't know what heal 3 cures, but it's got to be something better than just dark and poison. That's kind of where we're at right now. God, this freaking game. This freaking game. Yeah, I gotta stress, there's a legitimate reason why I'm not sure if I can beat this game without cheating, or indeed, today, which is, again, the goal. We're at the point where grinding isn't even going to be, like, as lucrative as it probably should be. And remember, we're officially at the point now where enemies start to do percentage damage. Because, and I quote, screw you. There we go, black. So I completely missed getting this earlier, that's my fault. We'll put this on... Oh, we already put one on him. We'll put it on her then, because she's the other person who needs armor. And that should help her evasion substantially. That did not help her evasion, like, at all. 432. What the crap? Okay, hold on. Yes, push-ups. Wait, how's his evasion 0? Oh, because I'm an idiot. I put it on him, like a dumbass. Here, have the ruby armor or whatever. Right, because I put the black mage. Well, unfortunately, I really do need that evasion more than I need anything else. And this is... That pushed his evasion to 1. What? Okay, if I unequip everything except for the black belt, that pushes his evasion to 20. Okay, so, alright, so, to explain a little bit, this is admittedly my fault, and I will freely admit I did not do this on purpose. But I probably should have thought about the fact that Guy is basically the tank by virtue of Bug, and set him up as our evasion tank. But because he is Turbo not set up as an evasion tank, he pretty much never will be at this point. Not without extensive grinding. So, new plan. Let's go ahead and set him back up with just armor. And there's a chance Furion will get targeted. And he will have Buko evasion. Look at that, 99% evasion. Yeah, he will be fine. And she's at 32, and he's at 0. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, there's nothing for that. Whatever. Thank you for the sub, Ulto. I do appreciate you very much. See if I can get out of this frickin' dungeon. Or... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, we're okay. That's... Yeah, random's our evasion tank. The guy who's only attacked 1/8 of the time, I want to say. If I set it up right, he'll be attacked semi-frequently. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so we lost a few guys. It's the fact that he doesn't have a shield on, I think, Dakota. And the problem is he kind of has to not have a shield right now for his damage output to be decent. I could put the Aegis shield on him. And we will get the Aegis shield in the last dungeon. Almost all the best gears in the last dungeon, because of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? And I'm sincerely tempted to give him the Aegis shield and then, you know, consider turning him into the super tank of doom. So I was going towards Jedi Survivor, CNC 1 R, and Satisfactory. Done. Thank you again, Ulto. Alright, so for right now, we're just going to live with things being the way they are. Let's see, her life is at 2 and getting up to 3. His life is nowhere, so let's go ahead and work on hers. She's almost at Cure 7 now. And yes, to answer Blade 12's question, if we do this setup right here, random will become the tank. I'm almost tempted to do that. Because evasion is going to be very key here for what we're about to do. And she can do damage from the back row, and he can cast. He needs to be leveling Flare anyways. The only detriment... Well, no, his magic defense is actually pretty solid. 566 is good magic. I might actually do this for the Cyclo. Just see how this feels. The main detriment for this is it's going to really be wonky about leveling. So let's use Flare. It doesn't matter. Oh yeah, look at that. 34 damage from Flare. That's one of the, if not the best spells in the game, by the way. Just as a reminder. Might as well use Osmos while we're here. And I suppose Toad while we're at it. Oh man, Taxi. Yes, Lord Aramont, that is correct. Yeah, there are runs of this game which go bother to figure out how to get Flare early on, which it takes some work and some know-how. But you can get Flare right at the start and then just be leveling that the whole game. So by the time you get to the end game, you've got like Flare 10 or Flare 12 or whatever. And yeah, that's exactly as useful as it sounds. And yeah, you have to use spells on enemies in this version of the game, I'm pretty sure. I'm actually not sure about that. I shouldn't say that. I do know that if you use a spell on yourself, it does not raise your magic defense, which is a damn shame, because punching yourself raises everything else, so why doesn't casting on yourself do it? Yeah, whatever. Osmos while we're here. And I don't know, heal, I guess. I'm just kind of leveling while I have an enemy that's relatively easy to deal with. Oh yeah, by the way, so you remember how I've already dinged the game for the spell up, spell down thing, the stats going down thing? I noticed something as I was doing some off-camera grinding last night. So Furion's int is 1. If I wanted to turn him into a offensive cast right now, I would be incapable of doing so without an inordinate amount of grind. He is locked in. Now that doesn't bother me too much. She's in a similar place. Almost all of her magic stats have been going into soul, but she's also been gaining attack power and vitality. So her magic stats are relatively low. This is the interesting one right here. His int and soul are both low. Way lower than they should be for someone I've been using magic on the entire game. And I was looking at that and trying to figure out what happened, and then I realized exactly what's been happening. Because every time his int goes up, his soul has a chance to go down, and vice versa. Do you see the problem here? So I've been trying to use him as a mage, white and black magic, and because of the stat down thing, that has been not working out at all. It's what you use, Dakota. Yeah, no red maging here. Yeah, in a party of 3, it is considered beneficial to have a dedicated white mage, a dedicated black mage, and a dedicated melee. In fact, honestly, ideally, your setup is probably to set Maria as your white mage, and then either Furion or Guy as your black mage, and then the other one as a sword person. So, that's a good question, Lord Herma. Do it, push it. No, don't. That's a lot of money. Don't do all that. Still, that's a lot of good stuff. You should get, like, one as a treat to yourself. Oh, okay. Jesus, that was a long round of a surprise round from them. Good God. So let's start leveling my flare. Oh yeah, I said I'd look up Blaze. What is going on with Blaze? Cast Blaze 7. It is an accuracy plus 50, power 20, special fire damage. It is static, however. It is cast by someone who is the equivalent of 40 int. So it doesn't matter who uses it. That's interesting. We can test that, but supposedly. So what was the logic behind... Oh, Jesus Christ, curse. What was the logic behind... Can we get rid of curse yet? We can! Holy crap. The stat downs. I actually have noticed a very strange trend. It's not universal, but it's weirdly common. Hear me out for a second, okay? So, Final Fantasy 1 comes out, and it's a great game. No, it's not. But it's a big game, and it's a big hit, and it's from an established company that's been doing games for a while, and it's sold well, and the company's like, yeah! And then their next game is a straight-up troll game. Castlevania 1 came out from an established company that'd been doing games for a while, which was considered a big success for the time. It sold very well. And they were like, yeah! And then they made Castlevania 2, which is a troll game. Zelda 1 was made by a company. Lost Levels, Zelda 2, Final Fantasy 2, and Castlevania 2 were the ones I came up with off the top of my head. All of these follow the exact same pattern. Like, really, the exact same pattern. In every single one of them, the first game came out from a company that had been making games for a while, was one of their big hits, and they're like, sweet. And then they made a sequel, which is, and I'm going to use this word very specifically, trolly, right? It is there to troll. And in some cases, it's presumptive, like Final Fantasy II, and in some cases, it is not. We have interviews from the developers of Castlevania 2 and of Lost Levels. And Zelda 2, actually. And in all cases, the intent was to make the game more artificially mean to screw with the players. In some cases, some of those developers have apologized for those decisions. Incredible cutscene. So this is the Cyclone. The one and only cool thing I'll mention about this dungeon is the whole dungeon actually looks like a cyclone. Like, if you look at the map, you know, it's spiraling the whole way through. As a kid, I guess a teenager when this game came out, I always wondered, where the hell are we? In the GBA version, and I think the PS1, but I know the GBA version, they actually show that there's a fortress inside the cyclone. That's what the Emperor's using. And if you remember, in the rewrite, I actually made it so that he had used the cyclone to lift up a huge chunk of Kashuan. And so we were in, like, the ruins of Kashuan as we were floating through this arcade. But here, like, where are we? Okay, so this dungeon is going to suck. I'm actually scared about this place. Legitimately. I had a really funny thought, by the way. If we decided to just hit the cheat flag, I did glance at cheats. None of them looked really useful. Except for one, which is no encounters. Now I want you to realize this. We're about to spend several hours slogging through these 3 dungeons. But if we turned on no encounters, I started thinking about it. There are exactly 2 bosses left in the game. The Emperor and the Emperor. And I admit the mental image of just walking through the entire Cyclone, beating up the Emperor, walking through all of Palamecia, and then walking through the Jade Passage, and then walking through Pandemonium, and then beating up the Emperor really amused me for some reason. Oh, that's fun. The damn freaking toothpaste. I knew it! Sorry, I'm just looking at the map here, trying to figure out where it wants me to go exactly. Because there's two paths here, because of course there are. There we go, that's what I wanted to know. So if I go down one path, I'll get the Ripper Dagger. The Ripper Dagger is wonderfully bugged. It's supposed to do a bonus 20 damage on top of whatever it actually does. It'll even show the damage in the numbers in the game. But the damage doesn't actually happen, so you, the player, have no idea you're doing less damage than you should be. Also, it's only 20 damage, and at this point of the game, that's a joke. But if you keep going down that, you get the Poison Axe, which is the second, I believe, best axe in the entire game. That's it. It's junk, so we're not going to go that way. I'm going to go this way. So, mud golems. What kind of attack do you think a mud golem would have? Anybody in chat? Anybody? Just give me your guesses. I'm listening. I'm ready. Start to keep leveling flare. Poison is actually correct. I think I actually said that earlier. I might have given this away. Yeah, so the mud golem has a poison attack. The mud golem has a poison attack. Lol, Darkrai. Yeah, mud is known for being poisonous. There's a logic there, a terrible, dumb, stupid logic, but yeah, it's there. Just, I can't even. I'm sorry, I can't even. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Correction. That was a wood golem. Mud golems must be later, because I know mud golems poison later on. What does this guy do? Let's see. Oh, of course, of course. So, anybody in chat, what attack do you think the wood golem does? It's not poison. It's not poison. That would make too much sense. Fire. I mean, honestly, would you be surprised? Would you? Would you be surprised? No, the answer is sleep. Because, of course, I see wood and I just think... I don't know. Don't ask me. I will say this, our damage output has gone noticeably down, but you notice our livability has skyrocketed ever since I made it so that the only person who can be targeted has 99% chance to evade attacks. That's... I notice a trend here. This is definitely the slow-mo defensive approach, and this might actually be the way we beat the game. Holy God. Like, I attack with those two, and I raise his spells every round. And that's just what I'm doing, is just raise his top 4 spells. And we're done. There we go, see? No, I'm pretty sure there's no thought put into it. It's just, here you go, sleep. What? Why? Because, look, because status effects, okay? They just randomly decide which enemies do which status effects, okay? It's fine, it's fine. I mean, after all, we are going to have vampires up here, too. But the worst enemies is the Royal Guards, okay? So big knighted cavalry. You actually saw me fight some of those earlier. Which status effect do you think those do? Because everything does a status effect at this point, by the way. Like, literally everything. That is not a pre-existing enemy. No, I saw it push-ups. That's the second time you said that. Death is actually a good guess, because there are enemies who can do death at this point. Hang on, I just need to make absolutely sure I'm in the right spot, which I should be... hang on. I don't care about lightning resistance, I don't think. These are all good guesses. The answer is poison! Because of course it is! You remember how I mentioned how merely, like, what was it, 8 enemies in this game have the poison attack? It sure doesn't feel like it, you know? It certainly feels like there's more poison enemies than 8, or whatever the number was. Okay, so now we're here. By the way, there's a lot of alternate paths here. All of them lead to treasure, I'll give you that. But, like, almost all this treasure is not very good, especially for this point of the game. For example, all the treasure I just skipped is all diamond gear and the poison axe. The poison axe is objectively a terrible weapon. And diamond gear is heavy armor, which is already problematic, and resists lightning, which is not a very common enemy attack. Why is this the stuff you're putting in the third to last dungeon of the game? By the way, that guy does status effects, and so does that thing. Let's see, what does that thing do? Hang on, here we go. Actually, what does that thing do? Hang on. Oh, where is this dumb enemy? Here we go. They do... Nope, that's not them. Where the heck did this enemy... I know this enemy exists here. I know this is an enemy. Where's this enemy? Hang on. There it is. Okay, so they do... Confusion! Of course they do. Yeah, Marlboro just does yes. But no, that's not a Marlboro. There's actually worse Marlboros, by the way, because of course there are. Do you not know the game you're playing? I mean, diamond gear is actually worth a decent amount of money. So if you need money at this point in the game, it's not bad. And honestly, if I wasn't already scared of this frickin' dungeon, I would probably go and get the diamond gear for money. Because money at this point means one thing: elixirs. And let me tell you, that is more useful than it sounds. When I make the final run, I'm going to pretty much just fill up my inventory. I'm going to get rid of the cottages, get rid of the ethers, get rid of the status effect things, and I'm just going to fill up on elixirs. And that's going to be our approach. Really? Okay. How much money do we have? So right now we can afford 4 elixirs. That's not a bad amount, but we could do more. Hang on, how much does the diamond gear sell for? Let's actually see the exact numbers. How worth it are you? Here we go. So that's worth... Oh, that's worth way less than I thought. That's only like 4,000 gil each. That's not worth it, then. That's not worth it. I was gonna think about turning around and going to get the diamond gear, but that's not worth it. So up ahead are the general type of enemies. These are the strongest of the soldier types. They suck. What status effect do you think they do? Remember, everything does a status effect at this point in time. Everything. Okay, so... hang on. That makes sense, Push-Ups. Welcome to Walmart. Buy stuff! Did you know ads aren't really statistically effective? Buy things. Toad? Stone? These are all good guesses. The answer's fear. What does fear do? I actually don't remember off the top of my head, to be quite honest with you. Here, give me a sec. Here, shut up. Let me verify. What does fear do? There we go. There we go. They cast fear. What does fear do? You gonna tell me? It's not gonna tell me. Why isn't it telling me? Ah! They can also drop a lot of diamond gear and dragon armor. Dragon armor is actually really freaking good. There's only one piece of dragon armor natively in the game. All the rest have to be dropped from super enemies like the generals. It has resistance to 4 elements, which is not great. Unless you combine it with the Aegis shield, at which point you have resistance to every element in the entire game. What does fear do? Hang on. I'm having trouble figuring this out. Let's try... Yes. Ha! Okay, fear... Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Fear does nothing. He actually doesn't do status effects then. It's 3 times I've been wrong today. So, never mind. Generals don't do status effects. Egg on my face. I wonder I couldn't find the fear status effect. There is no fear status effect. Sorry, fear refers to a value every enemy in the game has, including the final boss, by the way, where if you have a certain amount of HP, they have a chance to run from you. You've noticed this if you've ever gone back and seen goblins run away from you. That's what causes that phenomenon. Anyways, so I'm debating if I want to get a weapon right now. Because I'm not sure if I care. It's a good weapon for Leon. But at the same time, I don't know. Do I care? Oh yeah, spoilers. We're about to get Leon. Let's get it. Screw it. Let's just go get it. If nothing else, it's worth like 10,000 gil. That's a 1/5 of an elixir right there. It is Leon, who will be a load for the entirety of his existence, just like every party member we've ever had, except for Minwu. Oh, Wood Golem. I really should be leveling Flare. Flare is still level 1. Jesus Christ. How is Flare? Toad's level 3 now. That's actually good. We might be toading the last boss when we get there. That is a legitimate strategy I am not ashamed to employ. I don't even want to hear it. It's just, we might be toading the last boss. We'll discuss the last boss and why he's just the hardest thing in this entire game once we get there. And we'll just push this. Okay, so. That is the defense weapon. So the defense weapon is a decent sword. It's, I believe, the 3rd best sword in the game in terms of damage, which is fine. But the real benefit of the defense sword is it comes with an evasion bonus. A fairly large evasion bonus, actually. Sufficiently so that it can make it so that even someone who doesn't have a very high evasion can have pretty high evasion, especially if they already have a shield equipped. Hi, Dr. Winter. I hope you can stay as cool as you can, given the circumstances. I think we're going to scooch Ricard back to the front row. And I think, actually, I'm going to go back to the Flame Sword on him. And we'll give the Defender to Ricard right now. Yeah, so he is up to 95% evasion from the Defender. Yes, really. So now he also has really good tankiness and, you know, can actually contribute to fights other than casting the Wyvern. So, woo! Alright, now we backtrack, because of course we do. Oh yeah, by the way, this wonderful, beautiful dungeon. So part of the reason I've been using the map so much is that if you go the wrong way here, you will go through almost the entire dungeon, get to the end, and then you'll see the door where you have to go through, but you can't reach it because you went the wrong path. So you have to go back through the entire dungeon, and then back through the entire dungeon in order to get back to that spot. Oh hey, Flare is level 2 now. Woohoo. Wow, Ricard is suddenly doing more damage than Furion. That's actually impressive. Now, if only he had, like, half the health of Furion, which he does not. Actually, are there any troll rooms in here? I should double check. Hang on, where's my maps? Give me a second. There's actually only 4. Oh, right. Yeah, so, sorry. So what happens is you go through the entire dungeon, get to the very bottom, and when you do so, every single door on the on the dead end is a troll room. All of them. Ugh. Keep leveling Flare. Let's actually level healing for a second here. There's a little heal over here. Oh, that's actually a tough one, Lord Harriman. Are we assuming we know what the status effects do or not? I know it sounds like a weird sentence, but that's just the world we live in. Because some of the status effects are self-apparent, and some of them are not. Can I think of a situation where a troll room might be a negative and a positive as well? Here's an ad, push-ups. Have you thought about buying this product? Did you know this product is better than the other products at producting and at products? Seriously, you ever think about how stupid ads have gotten lately? What's funny is I can objectively tell you why ads have gotten so stupid, because there is a fundamental reason why they have slowly been getting worse and worse and worse and worse. It's actually a twofer. So, okay, the worst status effect in the game. Ah, that's rough. Honestly, I'm not even going to say death. I think I'm going to go with Toad. Toad is relatively difficult to cure. Prevents you from using items, sets your accuracy to 0, and prevents you from using spells. It's effectively death, and in fact it counts as death alongside Petrify and death. It's basically just... No. You can still be targeted. You know, that sucks. Above that, I would probably put curse. Because curse is or not curse, sorry, no, confusion, excuse me. Confusion is obvious. In this specific game, confusion forces you to attack your party members. It's not a random thing in some games. You just straight up attack your own party members. No other detriments, so that's just awful. Because, and there's no nice way to put this, you can't withstand your own damage output in this game. You are not built to withstand your damage output in this game. So, you die. Oh, hey, look, do you see those that door? That's a troll room. That's the troll room area I was just talking about. We're at the point where almost every enemy encounter I see just makes me sigh. Every single one of them. Anyways, so confusion is second worst. After that, it gets tricky. Because curse is pretty bad, dark is pretty bad, and petrify are all pretty bad for different reasons. So, for example, the reason that curse is bad is because of the stat debuff and the fact that it's frustrating to cure. If you're not ready to cure curse, then you're screwed. The reason that dark is frustrating is it lowers your attacks and your defenses and prevents you from leveling, which is just insane for a relatively common effect. And the reason Petrify is bad is obvious. It is also very frustrating to cure. In fact, it's harder to cure than Curse, and more expensive if you go the item route with it. Whoops. So that leaves, like, what does that leave? I guess all the temporary status effects, the ones that Bossino can cure, which are designed to go away in combat. So, you know, in Venom, which is different than Poison, for example. I guess Toad. I guess it's everything. I don't think I missed anything. Oh no, there's Sleep, which also is supposed to go away. So yeah, no, I think that's my answer. Now, I mentioned why ads are getting worse. Like I said, it's a twofer. The first reason is something called A/B testing. Have you ever heard of that? You probably have. Right, there's a decent chance you're familiar with what A/B testing is. The off chance you're not, you see two things, right? You're presenting something, and you present two versions of it, two thumbnails, two titles, a flare tome. Just why not? It's money. I'm also not going to use this stupid flute because this flute is terrible. I don't know why they thought this was a good item to put in here. Okay, so I should not have gotten that flute. I don't know what I was thinking. I am very stupid. Okay. Hang on. I gotta think about this. So A/B testing is try two things. Which one scores better? Once you have the one that scores better, you win, right? Wrong. The real problem, the real insidiousness with A/B testing is they don't just do it once. It's a filter. It is quite literally an algorithm. I know we all talk about the algorithm, but this is a fairly fundamental usage of the word because you do A/B testing once, and then it's A, so you do A/B testing again, so now it's B, so you do A/B testing again, so now it's B, so you do A/B testing again. And you filter it and filter it and filter it, and anybody who ever had a functional brain ever will tell you that this kind of algorithm will completely spiral off into nonsense land relatively quickly. Even though the testing is coming from people, what you're doing is you're trying to vaguely quantify something. And that's the problem. So, let me try to explain this a little bit. Let's say that you're trying to sell cookies, okay? Just bear with me, all right? So you're trying to sell cookies. You put out two ads. One ad is, wow, these cookies are really good. The other ad you put out is, I'm going to shove these cookies up my butt. Now, one of those is an ad to try and sell cookies. The other one is more likely to get your attention. In A/B testing, the butt cookies ad would be the one that would actually win. It would get the most clicks, the most views, and the most people who are actually involved in it. So, via A/B testing, you would look at that and say, that one. And then you would do another variant on that, and it would get worse. Now, I'm being a little facetious, but only a little. This is legitimately the problem and the strategy that's been being employed for quite a while at this point in time. This leads to the other reason why ads have objectively gotten worse. So, what's the point of an ad? Anybody in chat right now? What's the point of an ad? I swear I'm going somewhere with this. I have actually studied this. I have actually spent real time in an academic sense looking into this. So, to advertise a product, to incite you to buy a product, to get you to buy a product, all these are wrong. The actual point of an ad is to make you aware the product exists. That is the actual point and purpose behind an ad. It has been since ads have been invented. Now, the reason I bring that up is because there are hundreds of studies going as far back as the 90s, when I was still in school studying this, which all have proven, even back then, never mind now, where it's actually even worse, that ads don't sell. They don't generate revenue in the direct sense. There's no direct connecting line between an advert and increasing the sales of that particular product. Some companies actually understood this and only tried to use ads to make sure that as many people were always aware that their product existed. Not to sell people on the product, just to make sure that they knew the product existed at all. Coca-Cola is one of the most infamous examples of this. They have since spiraled off into insanity, but for a while there, their ad campaign was exactly what it should be. Coke exists. That's it. They would do a lot of crossovers. There was that Final Fantasy IX Coke commercial. You remember that one? There's some movie Coke crossovers where somebody, hey, Coke. Just Coke exists. That's it. That's the ad. And that actually worked really well, and Coke did really well for themselves with that. And then capitalism got involved, blah, 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 moving on. So, where did this all go wrong? A/B testing and ad revenue have both led to this situation, which has been slowly getting worse. I say it's bad lately. We have spent the last 30, 40 years of ads just getting progressively worse over time because of these two problems. The problem is people decided to try and quantify and therefore come up with a metric for qualifying how good an ad is. The metric they came up with was eyeballs. This is the actual industry term, not my terminology. The more eyeballs on an ad, the better the ad is. However, I actually pointed out earlier, very easily, and without even trying, how stupid that is. Which ad is better? Cookies are good or butt cookies? Well, according to eyeballs, butt cookies. Now, I should mention that there are plenty of examples of this kind of thing where they go with the thing that's trying to just get more eyeballs and get more people on it, where it's actually lost sales. Because now less people are inclined to buy that product because of whatever thing they did to make people aware of their product, to try and force more people to look at their ad and to share that ad with other people. I admittedly have not done a recent study on this, so I don't know if this is still true, but I would put money down that it still is. I bet everyone in chat right now has seen at least one ad which has been sufficiently revolting to you, on some extent or another, to some degree or another, that you have pretty much said nope and have never bought that product as a result of that ad. I can say that right off the top of my head. And again, I'm sure at least everyone in chat can think of at least one example of where that's been true for you too. Because the problem is the presumption here, and I've talked about this for literal decades, is that ad revenue is currency. It is being treated as fiat currency. But ad revenue is a lie and has been for decades. At some point or another, the ad revenue bubble is going to burst. It is. I don't know when or how. It might not even happen in my lifetime because it's been going for a really long time now. But it is a bubble. It has all of the hallmarks of a bubble. It is nonsense. It is fake. There is no such thing as ad revenue. But it forms the basis of so many elements of our economy. You ever look at Google's actual income, the ridiculous majority of Google's money comes from ad revenue. Oh, Jesus Christ, Kennex Cow. I remember that one. Yeah. Yeah. You get the idea, right? This is why ads have slowly but surely been getting worse and worse and worse and worse over time, is because the interest is just in getting more eyeballs, because the presumption is that eyeballs directly translate into money, because eyeballs are treated as money. They are, again, I'm not being facetious. I'm not trying to be exaggerative or whatever. They're a currency. Eyeballs are treated as currency. And that's been true for a long time. Forgive me for ranting about this. This is something that really pisses me off, because an enormous quantity of the economy sits on ad revenue. Like, if you ever sit back and really follow the finance chains, a huge number of companies exist solely because they are paid money for eyeballs. And other companies pay them in order to get eyeballs. And then they get that money and spend this on this to get eyeballs. And it's just, yeah. Anyways, let's go fight the Emperor, shall we? This actually worked out really well. That new evasion has really been doing us a favor. No, I'm not exaggerating. That's the thing. That's what drives me bonkers about all this. I feel like the weird conspiracy theorist who's talking about frogs making people gay, but I'm not. This is just how things are. Yeah, I know, right? Diligent Toto. I need more eyeballs. It's the really edgy version of the orcs from Warhammer 40k. Let's get some Keurig spirits while we're here. Oh, I don't even know. Blizzard Snow. Hang on, let me look at mine. Grab a save here. So we've got 58. Damn, that's really high. I wonder if his evasion is through the roof. Hers is only 38. His is 20, despite the fact that he's the dude who's been getting... I know, it doesn't directly lead to that. And Ricard's is 27, so my spread is 58 to 20. I'm guessing in the Pixel Remaster version, it's got to be less, right? So maybe like a 10-15 disparity. Oh, wow! Never mind, Pillars of Snow. Sounds like you're actually having the same problem I am. Anyways, here's Emperor Mateus. Fools, don't waste my time. Gods! Yep, gotta fight through the ads. Different usage of the word, but it's still valid. Jesus Christ, plates are full. What is that luck? No, actually, we haven't encountered those guys. Oh, actually, maybe, are they? I thought we didn't encounter those guys until later. I'm not sure now. I'm doubting myself. It's the same sprite, but I think it's different. Oh, anyways, we're running over these. So... Alright, you ready for this? You ready for this? That was nothing. Try this! By the way, these enemies' names are Corpse. In this version of the game, they're supposed to be Death Knights. Remember, most of the Emperor's army at this point is supposed to be undead troops and demons from hell. There's some interesting implications there that the game doesn't do anything with, but whatever. Just point it out. That one right there is the butt cookie. I never should have said butt cookies. It's just a thing now. Oh, what have I done? Agility up! Ooh. Oh, maybe I'm wrong then. Maybe the Death Knights are later. So it seems I've underestimated you. Come, let us play. This is it. The final battle. against a wood golem and 2 death knights, or corpses, whatever the hell these stupid things are. What are these stupid things? Hang on, scroll down, scroll down. Okay, these are supposed to be royal guards, excuse me. So yeah, I think you're right, death knights are later. These guys poison, by the way. Just as a reminder that that's the game we're playing. Status effects are us. I actually kind of like the Emperor sprite there. It is funny that he's the smallest thing on the screen, but whatever. Since we're actually fighting something. One thing that's weak to fire, we might as well. How much health does he have? 1,300. Yeah, he has less than some of the trash we've already fought. That's also interesting that the Royal Guard gets turned into corpse in this translation. Well, whatever, keep it burning. Oh no, we're poisoned! No! Well, I do have one more dungeon with Ricard, so let's try to get some stat ups on him. Just while we're here. Now, walk off the poison, buddy. Jesus. Just casually hitting the Emperor for 700 damage there. Oh, hey, we're good. Okay, so kill, kill, kill! Gotta say that right. Level up healing. I think we've leveled everything we can this particular encounter. I could really, really crank Toad, but this is a bad time to do that, so let's just die. Let's just kill the Emperor. Let's just kill the Emperor. And he's dead! We did it! Emperor's dead. I am immortal! And dead. Let's return to Finn. We did it! Game over. That was it. So that was Final Fantasy 2. Thank you. Peace has returned. Thanks to you. Where do these guys come from? Jesus Christ, Bragman. Yeah, they were just ready to party, like just ready to go. I have seen it, Dr. Winter, although I haven't really looked at it too much. Yeah, Fury, by the way, I can't move if you're wondering. I'm just sitting here watching the dancing. Okay, everyone ready for the big plot twist? Okay, here we go. Emergency! The Dark Knight has taken over and become the new Emperor! What's more, the Dark Knight! He was Chaotic Danny all along! Then he dies. For some reason. I can't believe this. Chaotic Danny? I completely forgot about him! Yeah, me too, game. So anyways, yeah, so you remember how we named 4 party members at the beginning of the game? Yeah, so the Dark Knight was always Leon, which... This plot twist is handled a little bit better in other versions of the game, but like, what? What? Isn't Chaotic Danny Rai Okami's brother? What'll you do? Don't worry about it. We'll deal with him. I had a feeling you'd say that. Chaotic Danny is the Dark Knight. He used to be your ally. The Emperor had to be controlling him with black magic. Yes, that could be true. He should be in Palamishu now. See what you can do. The Dark Knight is the new Emperor? I mean, it's an interesting idea. Part of the problem is every version after this makes it ridiculously obvious that Leon is the Dark Knight. Like, too obvious. It's the point where it's a non-reveal. It's just, oh, hey, Leon. But they don't lean into that correctly. Let me try to explain this a little bit. if they were going to make Leon obviously the Dark Knight, then they should have the characters acknowledge that and respond to that. Like, oh my god, our best friend, our brother has joined the enemy, and they don't do anything with it. Right? That doesn't exist. So then it should be a twist, but they give it away early. So, ironically, probably one of the only things that later versions of this game do worse, notably the GBA version, is they give away this plot twist and then do nothing with it. Now, I didn't know the Pixel Remaster did not do that. So it doesn't apply there, obviously. Evil will disappear only if Leon is defeated. Yeah, that sounds about right. One step, game. One step. The worst... Whoop, hang on. The worst engine to develop for right now? Unity. So it's only the GBA and PSP versions. The ones I played. Whatever. Anyway, Cyclone wasn't that bad because I was using a walkthrough and a map. 6 frickin' floors of troll rooming. Anyways, let's get rid of the ice sword. Get rid of the ruby armor. Get rid of the wind flute. I think that's it, yeah. Alright, I think it's at Paul's house, I think? God, I don't think the game even does this. Sid is looking pretty bad over there. Yeah, okay. Hi, Sid. The whirlwind sucked me in also. I was pretty badly torn up in there. Sid, you okay? Ugh. Well, I didn't mean to advance the text there. Anyways, he says, I'm going to give you the airship to take over it. Remember, this is just, I'm just lending it to you. I'm not giving it to you. And then he dies. For some reason, the game treats that as a sad event. And I realize how psychotic that sounds. But who the hell is Sid, and why do we care? Like, I'm sorry, he might as well be NPC number 37 for all the interactions we've had with him. And the game even plays the sad music when he dies, and I'm just like, who? Anyways. Hold up. Yeah, that's what I thought. So let's get out of here. I should probably go give it a real save. I suppose in the interest of fairness, it's not like anybody gets a good death in this story. Minwoo? Yeah, he died to open a door to get a spell nobody wants. Joseph? Yeah, he died to a boulder. Ricard's about to die. Spoilers. Just kind of push our way through this nonsense. Oh my god, confusion is the worst! Confusion sucks! Oh my god! Okay, that was a thing. Mother 1. So I've heard a lot of people praise Mother 1. I have played it. I have beaten it with cheats. Emphasis mine. I've never beaten Mother 1 without cheats. I probably never will, honestly. I'm just looking at my cure levels here. Give me a sec. Let's do this one. Oh, absolutely, Pillars of Snow. I've said for years, like, don't get me on my high horse about that one, because I get really irritated when games that don't really need remakes get remakes, because they're the popular ones. I've said for years that FF2 and FF8 are in far more desperate need of a remake than anything else. Like, everyone says, oh man, wouldn't you want an FF6 remake? And it's like, well, kind of, but like, honestly, I'd rather have 2 or 8 than 6. Now, let's put thought into an 8 remake. Oh, absolutely, Dakota. But the presumption is always that there's some competency on display, which, you know, is admittedly a presumption. I suppose the point is that we want a good remake. God, I'm up to 3,000 health right now. That's the last thing that irritates me about this game, is that I can see why people like this game, and I can see why, especially later versions of the game. Not this version of the game. Oh my god! Oh! Okay, that sucks. You know what? We're just gonna very slowly, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna remember to do this. There we go. I'm just gonna do this while we're here. What I would need from an 8 remake is polishing the freaking... I tend to think in terms of gameplay, primarily. So I'm thinking about, like, fixing up the junction system, which I do legitimately think has a lot of potential. And is a cool and interesting system, it just needs fixing. Because as is, the junction system kinda sucks, especially if you don't know what you're doing. I should not need a walkthrough to figure out how to use the game system. Hey, we can actually get rid of the curse now. Ooh. I might have already said that. I don't know. I'm spacing a little bit. I apologize. The problem I had there, Blade Travel, was my people were on the wrong rows, which meant, for those of you not aware, you actually cannot do physical attacks in the back row. You need a long-range weapon to attack from the back row. And so everyone was in the wrong row, which meant that the only person who could actually really do damage was frickin' Maria. And Ricard, I suppose. But now everyone can do damage. Check that out. Oh, yeah. Power. Anyways, yeah, FF8 has a whole system which just goes like, red light. But the problem is that doesn't explain the junction system as well as it should, nor the magic system. And drawing is stupid. I'm just going to say that. I don't think that's what we in the business refer to as a hot take. I'm pretty sure most people are not a big fan of drawing. So, we finally have the airship. Ladies and gentlemen, we hit the freedom point! That's a lie. That's a lie. The freedom point in this game is actually when you get the ship, not the airship. Like, this is faster, but this literally only allows us access to one place we did not already have access to. One. And that's the next dungeon, if you're wondering. So, this might actually be the single most worthless airship in the Final Fantasy series. And I mean that. I was actually thinking about this recently. And by recently, I mean just a couple days ago. You know what they probably should have done is given us the airship when we gained, when we beat the Dreadnought. That was probably the moment to give us the airship. At that point, there's plenty of other things we can access in the overworld map. And we could start, like, trying to go for some of the optional stuff, like getting the mask quest, you know, early progress in the mask quest, reaching Zydia. You know, like, there's plenty of stuff we could have used the airship for and actually been beneficial then. But at this point, the airship serves no purpose, because here's the problem. There's nowhere to go at this point. Almost every other town in the world is gone. And there's no real reason to go back into any of the dungeons at this point, unless you're trying to find lower-level enemies to level off of. So the only benefit the airship has here is to get to the next dungeon. That's not a freedom point, right? That's not what an airship is. Hi, Coleman. Give me a second. I'll jot that down. 4, Alien Shooter, Old World Blues, and Cyberpunk. And yeah, like, several FFs have tried this kind of apocalyptic vibe thing. Yeah, exactly, Blizzard. No. Get the airship earlier, make Sid either like a literal party member or make him part of the team, right? You know, major NPC like Hilda or Gordon, to use another example, or Midwell. And Sid's with us, and yeah, and then he dies in the airship. In fact, it would be an interesting thing if we tried, we have the airship early, so why don't we just try the airship on the Cyclone? We try the airship on the Cyclone, that doesn't go well. That's what kills Sid. He's injured. He's like, oh, I'm so injured. Oh, God. And then as he's recuperating, we use the pendant, we get the bell, we get the wyvern, we fly into the Cyclone, defeat Emperor Mateus, everything's good, and we come back and we find Sid, who has actually, rather than recuperating, been working on repairing the airship, just in case. And so then he is not just giving us the airship and is someone we've cared about for a while, but his final act is to spend his life in ensuring that we have access to the airship to get to Palamecia. There you go. Boom. Anyways. Yeah, so I should mention just really quick. You know how I mentioned that there's much, much worse overworld enemies? There's two I wanted to draw attention to. One is called Imperial Shadow. That is the ghost of Mateus. That's not actually a joke. Which is actually worse than him in every way. And I've always found something funny about that the undead Mateus is just so much stronger than Mateus. The other one is Great Malboros. Great Malboros are exactly as awful as they sound. You'll also find those in the Jade Passage because screw you. They do confusion, mini, paralysis, silence, sleep, and venom. And they have 1,300 health, 1,290 health, actually. Their attack is 885, and their defense is 170. They have good magic defense, too. But really, they're marbles. They're exactly what they sound like. See, I was actually thinking about that push-ups because I had a random idea. What I would probably do is I would have there be an interesting in-between state in a remake of this game, right? Where when we get... So we got the airship earlier, right? And we can fly over... This is also helpful for the scene that push-ups just mentioned. And we could fly around and we could see that if we go near any of the previous towns, they are completely overrun. We can even fight enemies there if we really want to. They're overrun with monsters and demons, to be clear. There's no people, right? This would be a narrative point I would make. In fact, I kind of did this in the rewrite if you're paying attention, where the majority of the human enemies that were serving Palamecia are the enemies you fight early on. And then the further into the game you get, the less people and the more monsters. FF4 would do this exact same thing for this exact same reason to greater effect, if you're not sure what I'm talking about. Anyways, so, by the time we get to here, the Cyclone is up, the world is just covered in monsters, and we see, the chunk of whatever that is, maybe like a tower from Palamecia, I don't know, just hovering in the middle of the Cyclone. It's like, okay, let's go get him, we kill him, we do him. And then there'd be this brief period of time right now where there's no real monsters to speak of in the world, right? The idea being that they all just kind of poofed out of existence. So the world really is at peace, but it's eerie. You can go back to other towns right now. There's nothing there. There's like wind. That's it. You could go walking across the overworld map, no encounters. The implication that I would be trying to push there is that the demonic monsters he'd been summoning and swarming the world with have kind of depopulated a huge chunk of all of the animals, the flora and all that fun stuff. And so now there's just this dead world. And you could roam around, and this would be a good time to go get chests you missed from a gameplay perspective, and a good time to just soak up the ambiance. Then you go to the next dungeon, and, spoilers, the Emperor comes back. Now the monsters are back. But they're even worse. And this would be the fourth and final state of the world state here, is that the overworld is now completely overrun with this hell swarm. If you wanted to really be fancy, maybe make it a literal advancing swarm. Like, maybe make it so that there's, like, the enemies all around Palamecia, and then, like, the longer you take, the more they spread out across the world, some kind of thing. I'm not sure if I would do that. I would at least consider it. And so it's a race now. Oh, God. We gotta deal with this. Anyways. None of that's true in this version of the game. It's just spitballing. Did I... Yes, okay. So, yeah, we're good to go, I think. No, we're not. We need to buy elixirs. Let's buy elixirs. Oh, and to be clear, this is just a personal preference thing. I would make it so that him dying and conquering hell was not the plan. Like, that was not the goal all along. I know some people portray it that way. I would make that more like him, you know, he lost, and he's so pissed and so stubborn that he just doesn't, you know, die, or rather doesn't stop. He isn't cowed by hell. That. Let's get rid of some of these cottages. I never really got a lot of use of it. I'm going to keep 2 of them, just in case. And that means we can buy 5 elixirs, looks like. Yeah, something like that, exactly, Dakota. Like, have there be a more or less literal ticking clock. And there's our elixirs. Yeah, exactly, Ibblebox. That, like, this was... He didn't plan this. He gets to hell and he's like, no. No. Yeah, ideally there would probably be more to do in this kind of in-betweeny period while we're dealing with Leon, because the problem here is that there's not really much left of the game. There are really only 2 dungeons left, and there's no in-between. There's no overworld to speak of. No quests, no NPCs, no nothing. We really are going to do Palamecia and then immediately go do the final dungeon. So, in a remake, ideally there would be something here. I don't know what. This would be something I'd pull into the writers' room and be like, thoughts, you know, ideas, concepts. Look at how huge this stupid desert is. Look at this stupid thing. Yeah, exactly, Pelosius. No, you get it. Really lean into Leon. Here, let's grab some save states, because this dungeon can be very, very mean. Especially since I just hit it wrong. Twice. Hello? What? Alright. That looks like I'm landing on the grass, though. Whatever. We're here. Palamecia. Ooh, I like that. Searching for survivors. Because realistically, there would be some survivors, right? It's the Jedi thing. There's no way Vader killed all of them, right? Let's see, what status effect do these guys do? Poison! Yeah, that looks about right. We're going to be fast-forwarding less fights here because, you know, these enemies are no longer playing around. I don't feel like dealing with that. Honestly, I just don't. So we're going to fast-forward this, and then we're going to fast-forward this. Oh, hey! The second best dagger in the game. I'm actually going to take that just for gold, because that could be turned into an elixir later. Yep, time to murder the Moogles! Which means save the Moogles? No. Have you met Moogles? I've met Moogles. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Yep. What? Yeah, so... Speaking of FF4... Woo! Fell to the first floor. I remember being so mad about that when that first happened, because now our goal is to get all the way back up to the 7th floor. I mean, realistically, that makes sense. It still pissed me off. It's like, really? Game? Really? I think by this point, I just was completely done with the game. The NES version, obviously. It's like, God, okay, whatever. So this will go towards Darkest Dungeon 1, Cyberpunk, and Borderlands 2. Thank you very much, Dr. Hunter. Always appreciate it. Okay, so let me pull up a map because I do not want to screw around. Oh, right. Hang on. Let me give some negatives while we're here. Sorry. Cyclone. I'd rather have my gums scraped than deal with those things again. Points if you get it. I have not actually played Bulletstorm. I'm aware of it, though. Oh, we can always dig further down. That's sort of the goal, really, Colbert. It's like, how much further down can we go? Nothing has beaten Secret of the Stars so far. Okay. Here's my map. Starfield did not beat Secret of the Stars. For those of you not aware, Secret of the Stars is negative 603. Starfield is negative 574. So, no, Secret of the Stars continues to reign supreme. It continues to be at the bottom. Ride to Hell, maybe? Ride to Hell has terrible story and gameplay, and that is the mix. That is the crucial mix required to get that far down. Okay. You know what? I'm sorry. This is a long dungeon and this song sucks. I've been trying to just play the innate music, especially as we approach the end, but honestly, no. Let's So I have a Fortress playthrough. Or playlist, excuse me. Put this on random. There we go. Okay, so hey, all the way down to the bottom. Woo! Okay, where are we going? Let me just glance. Is there any treasure I care about? Oh my god, you can get a buckler! I want to stress, this is the second to last dungeon in the game. And I can get a buckler, which is the worst shield in the game here. And a knife, which is the worst dagger in the game. Now, there's a Thunder Spear, which is, I believe, the best spear in the game. What else can I get here? Some consumable items. The Sunblade, which is not actually worth it at all. It's an anti-undead weapon, and that's it. Another Wind Flute, the Hellfire, and that's it. There is no loot to speak of in this freaking dungeon. Oh my god, what the crap? Like, what? It has to be, Taquat, it has to be. Either that or it's just straight up like a pointer is wrong, right? Anyways. Now that we know we don't want any of the loot in here at all, I gotta figure out where to go. Give me 1 second, please. Yeah, sorry, Cyber Shadow, whatever it's called. Okay, so we're here. We can go there or there. That leads to nothing, so we want to go there. Okay, cool. I couldn't think of the name of the thing anyways. Either, I suppose. There's a troll room, of course, on this floor. Why wouldn't there be? Actually, how many troll rooms are in this dungeon? Hang on. How many? I don't think anything's going to beat the 19 from the Mesidian Tower. Just... There we go. Okay, how many troll rooms? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only 7 troll rooms. That's kind of impressive, actually. That's... At this point in the game, that's relatively few. Zero on push-ups. Whatever. Where's my map? Where's my map? Okay, so I want to go here. Oh, that's awful. Alright, so mantises or whatever. Vampire girls confuse. Just like in real life. And we can't reach them. Okay, we got it. That's okay. We got lucky. Every status effect fight is just a luck fight from this point to the end of the game. I'm not even joking. That's going to be even worse in the next dungeon, before you ask. Okay, so now we're here. Yeah, there's the knife. There's the buckler. Why? You can get an hourglass. That's useful, right? Are these mud golems? No, these are stone golems. Okay. I'm not gonna level that in time. Let's try to level Toad one more level, just in case. Hi, Elizar. Is it sad that copy-wrong flags on YouTube have become so ubiquitous that I don't even check for them anymore? Someone actually asked me about it last night. I was like, how do you deal with all the copy-wrong music? And I was like, I don't. Most of it's just people trying to claim ad revenue, and there's nothing I can do about that anyways. Why do I bring that up? Well, did you know that every single FF2 VOD so far has been copy-wronged for music because of when I play, you know, other music? Even though none of this is particularly copy-wrongable music. It's just, you know... I'm really sad to lose Rickard in a bit here. By the way, Rickard's about to die. Spoilers. Oh my god, I have too much health. I'm not even going to heal to full. There's no reason to. As a reminder, we're at the point where percentage attacks are just a regular thing. Oh, I know. 40-year-old game. Doesn't matter. Screw me. Generals. Generals Kenobis. Okay, let's just... Yep. Nope, that's just... Not messing around with those. Those guys, like if I had been leveling my spells a lot more than I have been, it would be worth it to buff up for those guys, but I have such low-level versions of the buffs, I'm not even sure why I have them, to be honest with you. I mean, yeah, that makes sense, Dakota. I praise Ogre Battle a lot, but it's another of many, many games where it's more fun when you already know what you're doing. Or have a guide. Just going for level 6 heal on him. There we go. Okay. Well, there's no such thing as FF lore, Elizar, but yes is the answer to your question. All of the above. Almost everything we're fighting here canonically is in fact a demon. In most of the game, actually. I know. Ogre Battle just had so much potential. Legitimately branching narrative, among other things. I don't think I care about the Thunder Spear. Let's just go. Well, I have no idea, Elizar. They confuse you. Does that count? What? Who screwed with my rose? Yeah, Canopus is... I mean, yeah. Some of the optional characters you can get make perfect sense. And then some of them are, huh? Oh, hang on. Grooving out in the Mystic Quest now. You know, for what it's worth, I don't think Palamecia is a terrible dungeon. Especially compared to some of the other stinkers in this game. What do we got on this floor? Consumable, and 2 paths forward. Let's see. Where do we want to go? L or J? Hang on. So L is here. J is there. Yeah, vulgarity. That happens more than once. So here's the weird thing. You remember how the Cyclone had like a massive branch which led to a dead end and 4 troll rooms? Well, this game has a massive branch with it's troll rooms. But the thing is, it's not actually a troll room. There's 3 elixirs there. I think that might actually be worth the trip. It's a hell of a trip to get there, that's the thing. But 3 elixirs? That's 150,000 gil in terms of value. And it's 3 elixirs, right? That's Bahamut. That's an individual, not an enemy type. Elizar. Bahamut does tend to be among the strongest things in his games, though. So I'll go down to H, and then H over there. Okay. You know what? Yeah, I think... Let's go for it. Let's be safe. Yeah, 3 full MP and HP refills. That's probably worth it. We've also got the super safe setup here, where really only one person's taking damage, and he's taking very little damage because his evasion is through the absolute roof. Our offense is pretty crap, but look at that. 568 on magic defense, and 599 on evasion. Bahamut would crush Smaug like a bug. Sorry. Smaug is a baby dragon. So, I'm gonna go up to G, I think. Yes, okay. Sorry, just double checking the map. Oh, hey, Lemia's. Yeah, exactly, Colgrim. If you're familiar with Guild Wars, the Bahamut is closer to being one of the Elder Dragons than just, you know, a dragon. Oh, we're already confused. That's cool. FF10 is a much longer game than this game, and this game's longer than 17 hours old, too, so... No, not Zaitan. Are you looking forward to the new fight, Colgrim? The new Zaitan? I guess we'd level Flare. For the most part, yes, Eleazar. Bahamut would be at the level of an aspect. I mean, I don't blame you, Colgrim. I haven't touched the new content yet either. Of course, in my case, I've been extremely busy. I don't have a lot of off-camera time right now. Most of my breaks lately have been leveling off-camera in this game. Since he has Osmos, we're going to start using his mana pool. He's the only person who can innately restore his mana right now. I think I'll go ahead and scooch from Ricard. So he can be participatory. Alright, who killed the bot? Did anyone kill the bot? Oh my god! It was no one! I didn't even start the bot. Whoops. That's on me. There we go. And that should update the HUD, too. Why does everyone kill my bot? My poor bot. Okay, so hang on. I want to follow this very carefully because I'm going down what is effectively a dead end, and I don't want to waste any time. Ah, generals! Alright, I should give him haste. Does he have haste? He does not. I should give him haste. And start leveling it. Not that I'm aware of, Colgrim, no. So let's get a bolt. Just junk at this point. Listen, if you don't have a good memory, that's not my fault. They took my... sorry. Just get rid of a couple of these while we're here. So, haste. Hang on, so let's do this. Yeah, this. These are both just money. Keep leveling that cure. Oh, actually, hang on. Let's get... I'm never going to use arrow. So let's put haste up there instead. Oh my god. Everyone, I have an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in the entire game, one of my party members has 3 digits of mana. I'm in the second to last dungeon of the game, and it's not even my mage. I've been casting on him since the beginning of the game. Depends on the context, Eleazar. Oh, hey! Those are the guys from the beginning of the game. Hey! Hey, we found them. Hey, Ricard's dead. Hey, hey. Yeah, I'm not clicking that over. Random YouTube links in the middle of a YouTube stream equals... Yeah, I should have just made her my mage the whole time. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't even know what to say about that. Oh, that's just Garland, Elazar. That's it. Garland empowered by the four fiends of the elements. That's all it is. I love that. 8 hits, 26 damage. 10 hits, 0 damage. You know what? Fine. Fine. Let's crit farm for a second. You think I won't? You think I won't? You think I won't? Well, I'm dead. Okay, so let's pretend we didn't do that and weren't an idiot. I knew that was stupid. I was just curious if we even could. Okay. So, new rule. Stone Golem equals run. I literally don't have the magic damage to push through them. So, these are just run fights. Run. Possibly Blade to Ball. There's a lot of undead in here, though. Where are we? I can't change weapons on the fly, so, you know. Hey, look, undead, speaking of. And Zelda, apparently. Elixir. 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 Probably the only time in this entire game where one of these massive side trips is actually completely worth it. Another thing this game kind of does naturally, I was thinking about this last night, it sort of forces you to build tall. Unless you just want to spend an absolutely insane amount of time grinding, you really do not have the availability to level everything on every one. You can. The game does not want you to. So anyways, back down. Where were we? Stone Golem, run! Excuse me. You know, that's actually an interesting question. I do not have an answer for you. Yet. But give me a second. Let me get this round started up here. Okay. Does the Stone Golem poison? No, the Stone Golem casts Stop. The Stone Golem is weak to poison. It's one of the only enemies in the game that's actually weak to poison. Excuse me. Do I like or dislike the twist of a setting going from magic to sci-fi? Neither. I have no preference on it. If you do it well, cool. If you don't, well, that sucks. It's a very, very, very old trope, too. Going at least back to the 60s. Possibly further back? I don't know, that gets debatable. Yeah, exactly, Color. I will admit there are certain tropes I don't like, just as a default, because I just don't like those types of stories. But that's not one of them. That's just whatever. Yeah, will it? That's the question. I don't know. I've played... well, I shouldn't even say that, should I? Okay, so now we go over to I think. Let me double check my notes. Yes. So now we go all the way around the entire thing here. The liar revealed. Did you know? What's the liar revealed again? I actually don't remember that one. How much money have we made in here? Enough for one elixir. That's not shabby, legitimately. That was risky. I shouldn't have gone for that. Stop casting spells on my entire party. God. I mean, yeah, fake drama is what I call that. Or, if you've heard me use it sometimes, I say drama to refer to fake drama. Oh, yeah, that's pretty dumb. But then again, I tend to dislike the related trope, the third act breakup. The third act breakup can be done well, but is so often not. It's the third act breakup is almost the exact same thing as the red shirt concept. It is done as shorthand. It is done specifically in order to prevent you from having to do actual storytelling. Toad's up to 4 now. Like, we need to prove that the situation's serious. Alright, the USS Grissom just exploded. Does that mean anything? No. Situation's serious now, though. You can tell. Because we blew up a ship. Like, that's how you know that the situation is serious. Baby, baby. Now I'm going to put all of that out of the room soon, okay? That's why I was putting it in the thing, so I could take it downstairs for you. Is that okay? Well, I'm going to do it later today. And I'm going to do it so you can have access to your toys. Because I'm not going to be here soon, remember? And so I don't want you to leave any of your toys in here when I'm not here. Make sense? I'll miss you too.
Where are you gonna go?
I'm going to go to hell! I'm kidding. I'm not actually going to hell. I'm doing that in the game. What is with your... You need a haircut, baby, baby. Look at all this. Look at all this hair. Look at all this hair. Why do you have so much hair? Oh, I'm sorry. You okay? I apologize. Oh, thank you for leaving my door open so I could get out. I'm probably still going to close it. That way people can't hear me. Oh, hey, Rickard is dead. That's always good. Yeah, actually, Dr. Winter, I remember that scene. One moment. Sorry about that. Oof. Yeah, I suppose the anti-red shirt would be killing an Obi-Wan type character. But I mean, honestly, even Star Trek has killed off red shirts and done good stuff with it. In fact, there have been entire episodes solely focused on the death of a red shirt. And you know what? Those tend to be good episodes. Go figure. Okay. Ugh. The hit chance of life in combat is so hilariously low. Okay, fine. Die. Die. Dang it. Fine. Stupid. Goddamn. Yeah, 90% chance. It's actually much lower than that, but I don't remember what the numbers are off the top of my head, so forgive me. She is almost out of mana. In fact, she is now out of mana. Cool. Net, Mr. Red? Sounds about right. Don't worry, we still have the infamous and worst dungeon in the game coming up. That's the thing right there. Really. Like, really. If you think I've been harsh about these games, please remember that most dungeons have only been getting like a single negative, usually just for troll rooms. The next dungeon after this is the Jade Passage. A dungeon that for a while, in my mind, challenged the Infinity Dungeon. It isn't. It isn't as bad as Infinity. Very, very few things are as bad as Infinity, but holy God. What's that, Pillars of Snow? By the way, fun fact, this dungeon has no boss, so I don't have to worry about that too much. No, I'm more likely to push, I think. Because we're actually we're very close. When I say very close, I mean... oh, sorry. Very close. Hang on, let me run. Hang on. Sorry, I know you hate making my music. There's more Mega Man music. Hang on. There you go. Ahem. We're basically there. If I could get past this encounter. God damn it! I shouldn't be doing this. I'm gonna do it anyways. Oh my God! Okay. Wow! 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 Okay. Okay. Hang on. That's just... Wow! I just... Yeah. Okay. That's cool. We are now no longer as close to the final dungeon. We're not... We just rewound about 2 floors. Did I get the elixirs in this timeline? Yes, we have tons. Okay, we're good. We're good on elixirs. We can just go. Ugh, that's just such a troll maneuver. Hey, the guy who petrifies is in the back row. Nee. Can I just run from these? No. Fine, whatever. Kill. There, done. No! Frickin'... Ah! Oh, hey, it's the best axe in the game. That's not actually a joke. We'll never use it. It's an axe, but hey, you know. It's money. Working on those elixirs. Oh my god. You know, I never bought the Han and Leia romance, but that's mostly because I never thought about it either. It's like, yeah, that's a thing. It's the kind of thing you just take as read, right? It's the Cecil and Rosa romance. You're not super invested in it because it doesn't really matter. Okay, let's get off the defense while we're here. Hey, look! By the way, fun fact, you can leave Hirio on him, and then he'll take it with you when he dies here in a second. And you're probably thinking, why, Lore? Well, it's a way to get rid of some of the plot coupons. To get some of my inventory space. It's like the only plot item in the game you can actually get rid of. There we go. And yeah, I believe our inventory is now completely 100% full. So, let's go tickle the Emperor's nostril hairs. Right after we have the invincible encounter from hell. Okay, we didn't get it this time. Oh, yeah. Ah, hey, okay, yeah, so... Okay. Let's focus fire the mage down first, obviously. Yes, Colgrim. And you only have 32 inventory spots to begin with, and there are 12 plot coupons in the game. Please think about that for more than 5 seconds. Because they didn't. I don't know how much I can do on him, honestly. Let's just do this. Get some last-minute leveling in here. What is very strange, and I've talked about this before too, is FF1's inventory system was not good, but it was better than this, which is extremely strange. Yeah, because in FF1 things stacked. Nothing stacks here. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. This is slowly getting bad. I can't believe it. I'm going to die to this exact same encounter. I died to the exact same encounter. What the crap hell? What? 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 Okay. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Like, the previous death was just me being impatient, but, like, that was a legitimate attempt, and I just got bodied. What is this music? Oh. Okay, never mind. This makes sense. Okay. Okay, so I do have a thought. Hang on, it just occurred to me. I should do something here. So let's give him an elixir. And then give him a second elixir. Let's get some inventory space freed up here, because I want to be able to use elixirs in combat. Let's get rid of the garlic. Get rid of the heart. Stop eating that heart, Maria. That's gross. I'm going to leave Ultima there because it's funny. No further reasoning given. And let's make sure... Because we know we're about to fight an encounter from hell, let's give him the defense again. And some actual armor. Okay. Forward. Okay, because that's just a general. I'm just gonna blitz through him. Seriously? Seriously? Hang on. Save. Okay, whatever. We didn't even get the Doom encounter. Whatever, fine, whatever. Just unequip, unequip. Just unequip all this stuff so we can sell it later. No reason. Alright, so. I thought you'd come, Furion. No matter. I am the Emperor now. Bow before me, or be de— How do you exerting control over the monsters that make up the majority of Palamish's army at this point? Brother, why must we fight? Why must Reploids fight one another? Do you know who rules the world? No one does. Only power rules. I am the Emperor. I won't let go of that power. Out of my way. What's going on? I am the Emperor now. You monster. I won't let you have the Empire. It's mine. Empire? Heh. I am above such child's play. I'm only interested in making this world a living hell. I think I'll start with you. Everyone on the hear you, Ricard. Ricard's like, yeah, stab. Come, demon, death awaits thee. Ricard, no! Furion, the Dark Knight? What happened? The Emperor rose from the dead. Ricard, in order to save us. Da 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 da. Leon, let's fight together. Princess, let him side with the rebellion. Okay, I'll let you be in charge of him. Hear that, Leon? I know, Maria. And yeah, okay, so that's it. Like, what? So yeah, there's Leon. He's not great. He's very strange. So he comes with 5 daggers, 6 staff, 7 spear, 9 axe, 8 sword, 4 bow, 3 shield, 2 unarmed. Decent stats, mostly leaning towards physical. Good power. Surprisingly decent, health there. And yeah, by the way, I was actually just checking. Hang on, does anything indicate that? Yeah, so he's left-handed. And you're probably thinking, who cares? It actually matters. Each character in the game actually has a left-handed or right-handed dominance, and it changes the formulas for which weapons it calculates first. So you want to put his weapon in his left hand. Nothing tells you that, of course. He's also got not very good gear. I mean, it's not bad gear, but it's like several dungeons out of date gear at this point. I'm sorry for being so dismissive. I've always felt that Leon is a downgrade from Ricard, and that's why every time I get him, it's like, ugh, can I have Ricard back, please? It's the Yang and Edge situation all over again. So let's clean up our inventory really quick, and then let's do the final dungeon. Normally this is about when I'd say, you should probably get your guesses in, but the final dungeon is a marathon. It's the nicest way I could possibly put that. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of one of the cottages. I really don't want to get rid of those. That. Yes, I don't think this will be as bad as FF13. It can't. There's no way. It does not have the story beats necessary to be that bad. So, give him defense. I need a good shield. Do I have a good shield? Do not have a good shield. Well, let's give him some real gear here, elsewise. Although, I don't remember him, did I? Alright, whatever. I guess I'll leave that on for now. So, don't care about that, don't care about that. I could give him the Rune Axe. It's not a terrible idea. It is the best axe of the game. Get rid of that, get rid of that. So I can afford 2 more elixirs after that trip. Are we elixired up? Yeah, we are. Okay. And there's no reason to hold back. He is our final party member. Yeah, I don't think this is going to score particularly well, but it's not going to be on FF13's level. I think we have definitively answered my question. I think 13 is going to sit at the bottom there. I cannot imagine 3DS beating 2, and I cannot imagine 2 beating 13. I think we have our answer. And that's our money. We have a handful of elixirs, some golden needles, which we're probably going to want, and a cottage just in case. A defense sword in case I want to put them more defensively, and a blood sword, 1 each for Furion and for Leon. I was just debating. Because I was going to get the Aegis shield, but since... Hang on, what is his evasion right now? Terrible. Well, let's go get the second best sword in the game really quick. This is the closest thing to a side quest this entire game has. This one thing I'm about to do. Yep, okay. Go away, go away. Leon's dead. Just Leon's just dead. Get up, you loser. I had certain people be very angry with me for making Leon the final boss of RFF2 instead of Mateus, but I've thought about that several times since then, and I still think that was the right call. He's just a much better thematic finale than Mateus is, and he's also a perfect contrast to Mateus. Both of them are blue mages in the rewrite. Mateus is a very skilled, knowledgeable, capable blue mage. Leon is not. So, you either fight the meticulous, skilled artisan mage, that's Mateus, or the rampant freak-out dude who has no idea what he's doing. The monster, put simply. And, you know, traumas, how we deal with horrible circumstances, blah, blah, blah. Thematic, moving on. Hey, your husband's dead. So if I say dragoons to her, we'll move on to another town and leave dice. There are too many sad memories here. This is a Dragoon's supreme treasure. Please take it. The Dragoon clan will live on through you. And naturally, the best Dragoon weapon in the game is a sword. The Excalibur. So the Excalibur is stupid. Let me just do a quick comparison point for you here, okay? You need to understand the insanity that this thing is. This also is not the best weapon in the game, by the way. It is the second best weapon in the game. So, the Excalibur has 100 innate attack. To put that into a bit of perspective, the sword I was just using, the Flame Sword, has 63. This thing has so much damage just built into it by default. In fact, it has more than anything else other than the best weapon in the game, which we don't get until Pandemonium. So the Excalibur has 100 damage. Also, it has plus 75% accuracy, which is, I believe, the second? Yes, it is tied for second most accuracy boost in the entire game. You're gonna hit with the Excalibur. It has a 30% magic penalty, which is actually very low for a sword. It also... hang on. Double checking something. Yep, it has the properties, so its damage output is body, death, fire, ice, lightning, matter, mind, and poison. It also does bonus damage to dragon, giant, magic, undead, and werebeast. The Excalibur is insane. The actual best weapon in the game, which again you get in Pandemonium, has 150 damage, 90% accuracy, plus 2% evasion for some frickin' reason. And my personal favorite, can be used as an item to cast Haste 11. Still not as good as the Blood Sword. Anyway, so yeah. Yeah. So for right now, we're actually going to put the Defender on his offhand, which is going to screw with his damage, but that should... Yep, boost his evade up to 40%. Our hit is 1099, our evade is 599, our magic defense is 570 on Furion. Everyone else is lagging behind on that, but what can you do? We will get the best bow in the game in the final dungeon. Along with the best shield, and I don't remember what else, honestly. Those are the big things. So most of the enemies from this point onwards cast a minimum of level 13 spells. Some of them cast full-on 16 spells. So, that's cool. Alright, Flame Sword. Is that everything? Yeah, that's everything. Okay. Can't quite afford another elixir, but that's okay. I can live with that. So, part of the... I'm going to tell you all a story for the 5 of you who were not actually present for this incident. Once upon a time, I was doing a lore run of the entire Final Fantasy series. I'm very proud of it. It's still up on YouTube. You should go watch it, blah, blah, blah. It's the proper remake lore run, to be clear, because it was actually the second time I'd streamed Final Fantasy at that point in history. It was a while ago. I don't think I have a command for it. I could be wrong. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Point is, it's one of my better lore runs, and we ran through a lot of FFs, including a lot of Gaiden games, too, which was something we hadn't done previously. But when we're playing FF2, so a lore run, by definition, is not reviewing or discussing the gameplay of a game. That's kind of the point. It is a lore run. So, we spent most of our time discussing things like story, and analyzing that. And as a result, something that I had learned through hard experience earlier was that a lore run is best experienced when I'm cheating my balls off. So for every lore run, I had massive Omega cheats going. Like, we're talking going through Crisis Core spamming Ultima levels of cheats, right? So I get to FF2. Everyone has level 16 everything. Everything has ridiculously high stats and ridiculously high health. And I get to the Jade Passageway and I die. I don't know what else to add to that. I died in this game while Omega cheating. So let's read what all the NPCs say. Because obviously I know exactly where I'm going. But does the game convey where I'm going? Pandemonium is a phantom castle. You can't enter it directly. Somewhere there is a link that must lead inside. It's the Dark Knight. The Emperor's soul has been resurrected from hell. Yeah, I was there for it, dude. If we succeed, peace will return. This is Finn's second floor. Thanks. There are many repairs to be done. I'm waiting for the prince. Pandemonium materialized as the Emperor rose from the dead. Pandemonium is an ancient demon castle restored by the now undead Emperor. Legend says that the only way to enter the Hellas Palace is through a portal called Jade. Sorry about that. There was a very strange noise, which I couldn't identify. I finally decided to investigate, and it was the cat crapping on the blanket. Okay, so, the sages of Mysidia may know about the Jade. Okay, so, we have some direction. Stuff like that is why the cat is not allowed in my room. Or the dog, for that matter. You cracked the seal. Go to Finn. Okay. Minwoo completed his mission. May he rest in peace. He unlocked the worst spell in the game. The Emperor summoned a whirlwind that rapidly destroyed Finn. But Finn is fine. One must look for strength to apply Ultima. Uh-huh. You'll never take the Emperor's power. Return to the castle and use the royal family's mirror. The hero must be reborn. These are all great hints for things I've already done, game. Do you have any idea where the Jade Passageway is? I mean, I know where it is, but do you know where it is? Jade and the devil cannot coexist. What? Mizidia's power lies within its people. No, it doesn't. You're a bunch of mages. When Pandemonium first terrorized our land, demons used Jade as a transit between worlds. Okay, so it sounds like the answer to my question is no. None of the mages give us guidance on where Jade is. And part of the reason I wanted to bring this up, and this is why I turned around if you were paying attention. The Jade Passageway, and I lied earlier, but it's like the fourth time I've been wrong today. You apparently can land on this, my bad. So you can just land right here. But anyways, this is the Jade Passageway. I want you to do me a favor and look at that for a second and tell me, especially if you're just roaming the world looking for the way forward, if you would have even noticed that little pond right there. Like little lake. That's the Jade Passage. That's the final dungeon right there. That's it. It's possible because it does look different. But, I mean, I guess my point is, A, nothing tells you where to even begin looking. So what you're probably doing is this. So you're just zooming around, looking for anything. And look how easy it is to skip it, by the way, on accident. Look at that. But yeah, I guess if you're going by, you might notice it just because it is different. But that still means the only way to find it is just to roam the entire world. That's the second time, by the way, that the game has had a portion of the game where the only way to find out where to go is just to roam. Yeah, you're looking for a single tile in the world. And you don't know where it is. Remember, the entire world has been replaced by Doom enemies, so there's no enemy guidance on that. Anyways, let's get this train wreck rolling. Let's... God, I'm winding this up too. I'm apologizing. I'm not trying to like wind it up for your guys' sake. I don't want to do the Jade Passageway. Okay. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's grab our hard save. Backup save too while we're here. Welcome to hell. Literally, actually. Okay, so first floor, 3 doors, 2 troll rooms. For once, I actually need to pay attention to loot because there's some legitimately good loot here. But I only care about loot that I can use because if we do this correctly, and that is the goal, we will never leave this dungeon. Some people recommend you actually sweep the Jade Passageway and then back out. And then, you know, then go through again, but I'm not gonna... So, hey, so our very, very first encounter is 3 Great Marlboros who ambush us. Now, what just happened is actually probably one of the least bad possibilities, as funny as that sounds. Running from these isn't really feasible, so... See if we can at least res him for this. But yeah, we've already lost somebody. Hey, it was worth resing him. He got more health out of that. Okay, yeah, that's a nice wake-up call of this is what you're in for. It reminds me of the Omega Dungeon in FF10, for those of you familiar with that. And for those of you not, the first enemy encounter type you're going to find in the Omega Dungeon is Great Malbros, who have an extremely high first strike chance, and always first strike with bad breath. And it doesn't kill you, but it tends to essentially soft lock you until they kill you. So that's cool. Okay, so we don't need any loot on this floor. Yeah, sure hope you figure out how to do status affecting. Oh yeah, there's just straight up dragons down here. By the way, did I mention almost every enemy down here has an extremely high chance to ambush you? Our current ambush rate is 100% if you're paying attention. Why is he in the back row? You know, one thing I'm looking forward to playing the Pixel Remaster of this game, legitimately. Being able to actually use my spells and have them be worth a damn. Magic leveling is so slow in this version of the game that it's just kind of not worth even bothering. I don't even know why I bothered to have a mage. If I had realized that I would be at this point in the game, and my highest level spell would be Cure at 7... for the entire game. We're in the last dungeon. Like, I've been pushing Toad. It's up to 4. Flare is still at 2. Osmos is at 2. I got Ice up to 3. We started the game with Ice, as a reminder. Okay, so next floor. That is a good question, Lord Hermon. Let's come back to that in a minute. Okay, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors, 5 doors, excuse me, on this floor. 4 of them are troll rooms. That's not useful. That's not useful. The best dagger in the game is here, but I don't care. So yeah, we're just gonna walk through this floor. Another snow dragon. Didn't... Nope, I was about to say it didn't ambush me, but no, it did. It did, because of course it did. Yep, yeah, we're just dead. That's just where we're at. That's just where we're at. It's the T-Rex from Jurassic Park. Look, I love that film to death, but the magic teleporting T-Rex is ridiculous. Like, it's ridiculous in general, and then you have to remember that they spent an entire section of the film dedicated to establishing how you can tell the T-Rex is coming without actually seeing it. And then it'll just stealth on people. Hi, I'm here. Anyways. I just had a random-ass thought. He can do damage, sure, but, like... Maybe I shouldn't even try to do damage on him. Maybe I should have him just straight up be a tank. Because Furion can do damage in addition to tanking. But with him here, he's still taking half of the hits the entire party takes. Literally half. 50% chance. He's the one with Osmos, too. Now, we're going to get the Aegis Shield, which is going to massively increase his ability to live. I think I'll decide then. When we get the Aegis Shield, I'll decide then. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Blade. I was like, maybe just have him sit there in the front, spamming spells, and just stop trying to do damage with him. The other three are doing decent enough numbers. Ambushed? Not ambushed! Oh my god! So yeah, Blink, which is level 1, because leveling spells is terrible. Hi, Nordame. Oh, yep, he's just getting hit in the face. Oh yeah, in the face, in the face. Yeah, the only one doing real damage here, amusingly, is Furion. Yeah, we're at the final party member. We're not going to get any more party members. And then just have him cure himself. And dead! Okay, hang on. Slightly different strategy until we get the gear to actually make him capable of living through this stuff. Because right now, he just cannot hang here at all. By the way, he actually has very good armor on. It's just that Absorb, just as I've said several times, cannot keep up with evasion. What's her evasion? 35. Good magic defense. But yeah, it's not 99 or 71. So yeah, let's leave him in the back row. Let's leave her in the back row. And that should default to Furion taking the majority of the hits. Abyss Worms. Cool. Oh, good. We can actually do enough damage to one round of those. Yay! I do love the idea of a healer tank. You could do that in WoW for a brief period of history, and it was actually really effective. It's just a cool idea, right? You just sit there, everything's trying to hit you, and you're just keeping everything alive. It's the same general idea as a tank, it's just instead of doing damage to hold aggro, you are healing to hold aggro. Does FF11 have anything like that? Because I know there's a bunch of cool, interesting tank interactions in FF11. Oh god, Bad Overlord, that would be terrible. And then cure yourself, I suppose. This is actually working out pretty well. It's a shame my Blink and Cure are so underleveled. Okay, so next floor, we're starting to get to the waterfall sections. What the crap? Are you kidding me with this? Go away. Go away. Go away. Gotta be a little careful because I don't want to smack anything that isn't the fly. I hate flies. Of course, they're irritating and they get everywhere. Alright, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 doors on this floor. 6 of them are troll rooms. I just keep pointing this out because it's the whole game. There's like 2 dungeons in the entire game that aren't just littered with troll rooms. Well, yeah, like in FF5, for example, you can also be a tank healer. Because you can literally go Knight and then White Mage. Or White Mage Knight, for that matter. Both work for different reasons. Let's go ahead and do an Osmos before dying. Well, it depends on the game, Lord Harima. That's the catch right there. Because, yeah, some games have pushback and some games don't, or some games have specific talents or abilities or gear, which enables you to resist pushback. Of course the waterfall does damage, why wouldn't it? By the way, there's literally nothing on this floor other than the best axe in the game. I suppose I should say that that is true. It's just... Oh yeah, that's slept, muted, shranked, paralyzed, confused, yeah. Yeah. No note. He's dead too, which honestly I'm not even sure I care about at this point. Like, do I care about him? I guess I kind of do. Yeah, let's try to res him. Nope. Okay, nothing. Blink level. That's cool. That's cool. Everything's cool. Let's keep leveling Cure while we're at it. Little bit of healing going on here. Only a little. I'm not going to heal all the way up. Yeah, it probably doesn't feel very good, Reggie. You ever see the Box Trolls? I think that's the name of the film. It's kind of a stop-motion looking film. The main villain has a cheese allergy, a violent cheese allergy, and I'm just picturing that. Oh, that is an awful encounter. Okay, let's try to kill the Marlboro first. Look up, Box Trolls Snatcher cheese allergy. Just do like an image search, you'll see what I'm talking about very quickly. Okay, let's get Blink up. And you just, like, exist. Okay, so we killed the Marlboro. Not the assholes. Let's get an Osmos out, because, yeah, we could use some mana. Meh. Yeah, exactly, Reggie. Like, that's kind of what I'm picturing when a Marlboro blah, 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 hits you with bad breath. You're just like... Flashing lights, warning. There'll be another one of those in a minute. I love how every single one of these doors is a troll room, by the way. Every single goddamn one, except for the last one, by the way. Because, of course, it's the last one. Why wouldn't it be? Screw you. If it's not obvious, by the way, it probably isn't, now that I'm thinking about it. I'm treating every single encounter as a boss encounter. And that's just the Jade Passage for you. So far, we've gotten really good luck, which is worrying me. Poisoned, slept, muted, shrunk, paralyzed, confused. Okay. You like this ambush chance? It really is through the roof. Really need to get an Osmos next round. Okay, so here is where they sell Death, Berserk, Haste, and Flare, by the way. Now, an argument can be made for getting Berserk here. So I'm going to do it, just for the heck of it. I don't really care about the rest of it, though. Not at this point. Not this far into the game. None of these will be leveled enough to be useful. But yeah, there's your super secret store, basically at the end of the game. Troll room. Troll encounter. Jesus. Okay, so Osmos first, because I am very low in mana. Of course. Osmos one more time, just to top off. Now we blink. Leon's dead. I almost care. Not quite. Leaning towards care. Notice my mana has barely been going up despite the fact that I'm casting with him every single round. I swear the MP gain formula in the NES version of this game is just borked. Like, there's a reason my main caster doesn't even have 3 digits of MP yet. Anyways, troll room, way forward. 2 more floors, and then we get to the fun one. Okay, there are 3 doors in this room. How many of them do you think are troll rooms? I'm kidding, actually. One of them is not, believe it or not. If you can actually believe it. Like, it's shocking, really. Okay, so we have a mini-boss, but I really want to kill this mini-boss because this gives me the Yuichi Bow, which is an absolutely insane damage boost for Maria. Okay, thank God. So that was an ambush, but they didn't do anything with it. Blink. Okay, that did not do the kind of damage I was hoping for. Cure. We're very focused firing. I'm not screwing around with these damn things. Let's try to mana steal a little bit. Get our mana back up. I mean, it's longer, Mr. Red, if you can believe that. Let's go and Berserk Fury in there. Yeah, Berserk doesn't remove control in this game. It's just a damage boost. So, what I should probably do... let's go ahead and Drain again. One more time, just for funsies. And then we kill it. Alright, hang on. Let's rearrange his magic a little bit. I'm gonna get rid of... I'm never gonna get use out of Flare. I'm never gonna get use out of Flare. It's a waste of everything. So, let's push Cure up and then Berserk up. There. I'll leave Toad up there. You never know. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, mini-boss time. This is a dragon. Pretty much every dragon in the game kind of sucks for the exact same reasons, so this should be fun. So cure, blink, drain, hate. What I should probably do... Okay, so let's do cure, blink, and then berserk. So let's swap those two. And so swap that. So swap. Someone remember this down. Swap berserk and osmos, and then swap toad and osmos. That way it'll be in a nice, neat order for the combat menu. Over here, we'll go to East. East. Okay, so that was oh god, I what did I just say? That was osmos and then this and this. I think that was it. I think that was it. Okay, so let's top up a little bit, because, you know, this is gonna suck. It's okay, the chest I'm opening might not ambush me. That's a possibility. Yeah, boss music and everything. So we'll blink first. That's not a lot of damage. Okay, he just straight up one-shot Leon. Okay. Let's go ahead and haste Furion up there. And then let's Berserk Furion. God. Then we're gonna go ahead and let's get some mana back first. Let's raise Osmos a little bit. Oof. We'll start healing next round. Since he's very likely to hit Furion right now, like extremely likely. So cure. Oh god, how much health does this stupid thing have? It's actually a good question. How much health does the stupid thing have? 5,000! Okay. Yeah, let's. I'm not even gonna try to res Leon for this. Let's just no. Yeah, by the way, he knows Fire 16, which he uses as an AoE, because of course he does. Why wouldn't he? Hello? I love how I spent the whole game turning Guy into a mage tank, and now he's neither. I mean, I guess he's still like a support mage, but still, it's not what I was going for. Okay.
Okay, just about to go.
So which candy would you like? There are many candies to be had.
Definitely sharp.
Okay, could you grab it for me, please? Can you get it? Nice.
So I'm
Remember to
gonna
get
go
one?
in for Halo too.
Yep. Of course, of course. Yeah.
My hands are full.
There we go. Thank you. Have fun. Well, the funny thing, Abelbox, is that I wasn't trying to turn Furion into anything. And he is our tank and damage dealer. Also, Maria, who I also wasn't trying to turn into anything, is the healer. I mean, not like full tilt. Once I kill this boss, her damage is going to go up substantially. But still. Like, to put it in a bit of perspective, right now, she is using the ice bow, which is the second best bow in the game. The Yoichi's bow, which we just picked up, has double the damage, plus 25% accuracy. And that's actually it. But still. Double the damage and an additional 25% accuracy means she's going to be doing a substantial amount of more damage per round. Hi, Wolverale. Oh my god. Yeah, it might literally be faster to have blood sworded my way through this fight. Because a blood sword is a guaranteed maximum rounds of 16 before you kill something. And the math doesn't always even out equally there, so... yeah. Because of how the formulas are, interesting. That's what we'll call that. Okay. I was actually starting to worry that I'd run out of gas before I managed that. Cure leveled up. That's really funny. Yeah, Cure's up to 7 now. Didn't get any mana out of that fight, but whatever. Anyway, so, Yoichi Bow. Woo! Bam. Huge damage upgrade. Oh, I guess I'll res Leon, I guess. That's kind of optional at this point, to be quite frank. Like, he doesn't do bad damage, and he can equip the sword, the blood sword, but, like, he's mostly there for bonus points. Let's just get some generic healing going on here. This would probably be a good time, if I was playing under such a circumstances, to teleport out. Lock it in, right? Exit, you know, pop a cottage, save. Lots of progress. Best bow in the game, all that kind of stuff. I'm actually not going to do that, because if I was really going to do that, the best time to do that would be in about 20 seconds. Please don't have an encounter. Okay, so in about 2 minutes. Okay, so as I was saying, there's the Aegis, the best shield in the game. There's the Holy Spear, best spear in the game, and there's the Dragon Armor. The, I believe, second best armor in the game. So we're going to try something kind of weird. So right now, his evasion is 0, but his magic defense is through the roof. Now, I think that's partially the Black Robe, but let's switch this around a little bit. So let's give him the Aegis Shield and the Dragon Armor. Let's see what that does to his stats. So his evasion is up to a whopping 7. hang on. Let's switch him back to the Black Robe. Alright, how's that do? Okay, that pushes his evasion to a much more reasonable 56. I might still keep him in the back row with 56. I was hoping for it to be a little bit higher with the Aegis Shield. I could also give the Aegis Shield to him instead of the Defense Sword. The problem is the Aegis Shield isn't if I'm remembering correctly, let me double check here. So the dragon armor resists. So if you have the dragon armor and the Aegis shield, you resist everything in the game, just straight up, top to bottom. And dragon armor plus Aegis is also a way to still have evasion, unlike the Genji armor, which you can get in Pandemonium, which destroys your evasion. I will not actually be using the Genji armor because it's objectively terrible against the Emperor. Debate. What I could do... Random thoughts. Let's get rid of that. Let's give him the Aegis shield and the dragon armor. Because he's supposed to be in the front line, right? So that gives him 1% of aid. Whatever. But he does have a resistance to everything now. And a fairly large amount of defense. So at least he should be able to hang in front a little bit better. Let's stick with that, I think. Because there's no real reason to give him anything else, because he's already, like, maxed on everything, even with an inferior shield. Let me double check that, actually. Yep, nope, yeah, we're good. Actually, what's his magic resist right now? 70. Not too shabby. Ours is 95. And hers is 75. Okay, yeah, no, we're actually doing pretty good. Okay, so that's most of the gear I care about for the entire rest of the game. There's not much left at this point. I'm not sure there's anything left. There is a protect ring. The protect ring is magic resistance, so I'm going to put that on someone who doesn't have already maxed magic resistance. Quite probably I'll put that on Guy, I think. So let's see that new damage, huh? So he's still hitting for like 900. Non-crit. AoE attack. Jesus Christ. Chaotic Danny's dead. And she also hits for about 900. Yeah, that sounds about right. I love it. I've got all this great gear. Instantly dies to an Abyss Worm. Let's focus fire to get rid of these. Yep. Let's focus fire to get rid of these. Please go before they do. Oh god, I'm out of mana. Osmos. Okay, we're okay. Good god, I hate Abyss Worms. Abyss Worms are really dumb. They just have an AoE attack that hits for hundreds, and their melee attacks have a high crit chance, and they just hit for thousands. And that's it. That's all an Abyss Worm is. High punch. There's nothing fancy there. They just punch you in the face until you die. That is not looking great right there. Again, this would be a good time to leave and come back, if I felt inclined to do so. Which I do not. Just debating. Give me a sec to think about this. Let's do this. Honestly, I think I'm going to stop healing Chaotic Danny. He is just dying so much. So let's return to the back row. Remember the back row. Yes? Maybe? I thought...
Just a heads up.
Okay, so let's see how this goes. Where am I going? I'm going down here. Oh, we haven't had to load state yet. We haven't been screwing around. That's probably part of why. The funny thing is we're kind of through the worst of it. What I mean is that there's nothing new that's worse than what we've already fought. Like, we've kind of peaked on worse. Until we hit Pandemonium, of course. But, you know, Pandemonium's different. This place is ambushes and status effects. Pandemonium is just stuff that'll kill you. Which, I don't know, whenever I'm playing this game, I tend to have an easier time with. Even though it's technically much harder stuff. Shield level up. Woo. The gate to hell lies beyond this path. So yeah, you'll notice there's no more water. There's just this cliff now. In some... Oh my god, that's 4 status effect guys. Speaking of the devil, in a very literal sense of the word. Oh, that's frustrating. Okay, whatever. Let's just see how this goes. Oh yeah, that's just... Okay, so... Alright, okay. I've been very carefully trying not to use my elixirs until I absolutely have to. Kind of trying to stretch those out a little bit. I think we're there. I think we officially need to use elixirs. So we're going to go ahead and burn the last of our mana. Healing up Leon. Very, very slowly. And let's... Oh god, we've only got 5 elixirs. Well, excuse me, we only have 2 elixirs now. I'm actually going to only use 2. I'm only going to use 2. And then I'm going to use some of the excess mana on the guy who has Osmos to heal up here. Okay. Since there's no reason not to, I will go ahead and pick up the high potions. It's a little bit of free healing. So we'll spread fire on this. X potion. This is a protector ring, so we were just talking about this. What? I'm afraid you've given in to the crack side of the forest, Lord Hero. I'm so sorry. There is no saving you. Okay, so he has 71. She has 75. He has 95. He has 70. Honestly, let's go ahead and try out the defense. Yes, defense armor up here. That would be me.
You were cleaning in the bathroom and you found that box and you're like, what is this? And I was like, it's a screen protector for my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did you do with it?
So that's actually an interesting question, because I don't have an immediate answer for you. But I know I didn't get rid of it. That's the good thing. Probably.
Stream.
I don't see why not. By the way, just to let you know right now. In your brain,
Yeah.
There's a really high chance.
Oh.
So the only other place to the building.
Okay. I don't.
Yeah, because
You walked into the room with
I did, and then I put it back.
Yeah, but nobody's moved anything.
This, I didn't put this here.
Oh, I put those there. No one has removed things from it. Yeah, I know.
The last and final puzzle.
And it's approximately 28 seconds. There is the poop blanket in the washer, and I have laundry paper washed, so if you could hold your head down there. So,
That's great.
thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so... How was I? Right. Last floor of the Jade Passageway. We're almost done. We're almost done with the Jade Passage. Did I equip? Did I decide who I'm equipping the Protect Ring on? I did. I'm just putting it on Furion and just making him invincible. Like, that's... Yes, is the answer. So, yeah, he's up to 1099 on his hit, 699 on his evade, 587 on his magic. That's about as tanky as I could get him without getting into exploits. And trust me, I can get into exploits. We haven't really been exploiting this game. Not really. It is so much more exploity. We could go further than this. You know, it just occurred to me, it might be detrimental to level Osmos in this game. Because I'm pretty sure Osmos leveling doesn't improve it, other than just making it cost more. Oh, great. Vampire ladies. Which also confuse me. Just like in real life. Okay. So... I'm actually a little nervous. I suppose we'll see how this goes. So this is my last real chance to lock in progress. There's Abyss Worms, Green Dragons, and Hecdies down here. These guys actually all suck a lot. Oh, sweet, Blade Roll. Don't worry, I'll show off Ultima. I will, later on in this very run. And we'll see it for all of its 8-bit glory. I'm looking forward to it. Let's see if we can get an Osmos here. Nice. Okay, good, good. That could have gone much worse. So, this is it, basically. Of course, I see 2 great Marlboros right before I get to the frickin' imagine if this killed me right here. Right here at the end of the Jade Passage. All that progress, all that results, slogging through this hellscape, wiped away because of 2 frickin' Marlboros. Flashing lights warning, Jesus Christ. Yeah, so... You remember how Pandemonium looks awesome? Well, this is the NES version. This is a 10-floor dungeon. This is it. Oh. Yeah, this is 10 floors after. By the way, if you notice, there's no way back, so I can't walk out. The only way out at this point is the exit spell. And if you have not leveled the exit spell, you can't leave, period. You're locked in. Thank you for the sub, Cycloud. Always appreciate. Get your guesses in. I'm not going to lock it off yet, but I'm going to lock it off soon. But yes, this is the best song in the game. I don't think it deserves a song positive. I'm just gonna say that. Sorry. I don't. I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah, it's just, it's not, you know... So the dungeon design in here is very similar to... Oh, geez, stone golems. No, excuse me, mountain golems. Yeah, no. We're actually going to be running from a lot of stuff in here, by the way. It's no longer really worth fighting anything, as weird as that sounds. So at this point, enemies have stopped being progression and have started being health tax. You can! Mega Man games have proven you can get plenty of song positives. This just ain't it. I didn't kill anything. Yeah, exactly, Blade 12. You're either good for the final boss now, or you are not. So every enemy in here, this is something Square does a lot. Every enemy in the final dungeon actually drops the actual best gear in the game, like Protect Rings, Ribbons, and the Genji gear all drops from enemies here. And you can also get things like the Holy Staff, or Holy Spear, excuse me. But it's all drops for some reason. And some of that isn't even really better for us. It'd be nice to get some ribbons, but I'm not expecting it. Anyway, so the dungeon design here is the same as we've been seeing pretty much the whole game. Big, long routes around the entire room. No shortcutting, no nothing. It's just there to make you walk as far of a distance as possible in order to get to your destination. In other words, maximize encounter rate. Yes, actually, Reggie. Yeah, remember, you could debate if some of the early enemies are demons or not. They're all supposed to be demons, but let's not get into that. These are literally demons from hell in the Hell Palace. They're demons. And Leon is dead, as it should be. Get up. What are we up to? Blink is up to 3, Cure is at 7, Berserk is still at 1, Haste is still at 1. Osmos is almost at 4. Toad is at 4, that's never going higher. Any version of this game worth playing? So, I have played the GBA version of this game several times, and I'm going to be honest, I think it's still a net negative game. However, I would actually go ahead and say that that game is worth playing through once, especially if you know what you're doing. The know what you're doing thing is really important. Even, and just randomly Mega Man music, I would still not recommend the GBA version if you do not know how the systems work, or how the leveling works, or where you can get what, or how things work. I have not played the Pixel Remaster. I'm not sure how that one goes. 1 second, please. I never wrote that down for D-Lit. And 2 up for grabs. First of all, thank you, Cyclone. I don't know if I said thank you, but I meant it. Thank you. I agree, this is a great Mega Man song. It's one of my favorites. So, 2 up for grabs. Who isn't subbed right now? Lord Harrimont isn't subbed. And Star Wars. You two. Pick a game to put that towards, please. Anyways, so let's go ahead and unmute the game. Let's go ahead and do this all natural. Oh, hang on. First, I'll write this down. So that's Undertale yellow and Disgaea 1. Done. Okay. Oh, absolutely, Zeal Knight. Like, I can unironically enjoy aspects of these games, and I can appreciate huge swaths of them. There's a concept I call historical significance, and FF1 through 3 are just, like, blanketed in historical significance. But actually worth playing? That's trickier. There's no nice way to put that. That's trickier. Okay, so Death Mantises and... God, the enemy encounters. Yeah, FF1 is actually quite short, even if you don't know what you're doing. There's not too much going on there, right? FF3 is probably the most experimental of the 3, amusingly enough, since 2 was also very experimental. But 3 stretches itself in a lot of directions, and... forgive me for being vague about my terminology, but it feels a little bit thin as a result. 2, for all its relative lack of story, still has a higher story focus than 3 does, for example. And 3 was very much experimenting with what a job system is, and it shows. So let's count it down. That was floor 1. Alright, what do we got on floor 2 here? Okay. So once again, it's just go through the whole floor. New enemy type. Yep. Demons. Gotta have demons. Very important. Don't know how much health they have, so we're going to be cautious about that. About when I hit Summit Falls, Mr. Red. Now you're probably thinking, oh, I don't know the names well enough. It's the first dungeon. The moment I hit the first dungeon, I realized what I was in for. And my heart just kind of sank. I haven't played the NES version of this game since '98, so... Of course the enemy's poison, why wouldn't they? Hello? Do you know what game you're playing? Well, Star Wars, hang on, hang on. I know you want to interrupt. I know you don't want me to finish this game. I know you want me to do nothing but play FF2 for the rest of my life, but give me 1 second, please. At least get out of this combat. Alright, let's do... Actually, no. Let's go ahead, since at this point we're never leveling. Unless we're really close to leveling. So she's at heal 3. He has nothing, of course. He has heal 2, so not even worth it. Alright, so let's go do it on him, then. Oh, absolutely. FF1, 2, and 3 are all pieces of FF4. That's not even hyperbole. 4 really is a confluence of 1 through 3. There's a reason I call FF4 the first FF game. And I stand by that. Okay, save. See you around, Blade Duval. Have fun. Okay, so... Yellowtail under... So, the people who've put money towards Undertale Yellow include, but are not limited to, Echtklug, Chill Pangolin, Croatia HF, Dame Celeste, Federation Builder, Frieza 2000, Game Geek 5698, Giga Pudding, Jesse's Mask, Judo Joker, Kira White Noise, Lord Harrimont, Melkor Blade 7, Mr. Red 97, Nameless Baron, Offshore Twitch Account, Savacom, TSB, and Simple Gamer. All that information's on the website, by the way. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this ether. There's almost no reason not to. Go ahead and use that on her. Yes, her. The people who funded Undertale Yellow, Lord Harriman. And let's go ahead and use the X potion on him. You can use it. I keep save stating, but that really is just for safety. Yeah, it's called lorerunner.com, Star Wars. We might level Blink up to 4 by the time we get to the last boss. Hey, he's dead. He got insta-killed. Just murdered. Let's see if we can res him. Nope. Okay, whatever. It's almost insulting that enemies still give Gil at this point in the game. Like, I'm not against it, because you can escape. It is possible to flee and then go and start again. But, like, it's still just a little insulting, you know? Like, here! Have thousands of Gil! Thanks! Thanks! If this was like Breath of Fire 1, that would actually be worthwhile. But Breath of Fire 1 might have been one of the first games that actually did that concept. So, whatever. The Pokemon thing, where you, when you die, you actually go back to the last saves point with half your money. Speaking of which, let's move you back to the front row. Yeah, no kidding, Cycloud. It is... Honestly, it's mostly just lack of design. Like, they don't think about it. Nobody thinks about it. Or if they do, they just don't think it's worth the time and effort to fix. So it's just like, whatever. So, yeah, that's Blast, which can just randomly kill you. It can also paralyze you, as you just saw. But yes, not only do I spend a fairly large amount of money, effort, and time trying to keep the website up to date, but we have recently added a whole new page called the Spreadsheets page, which has access to all of the publicly available spreadsheets. For future reference. Okay, so there are eye drops on this floor. That's just insulting. Where are we at? Where are we going? That's a better question. So I need to go this way. So there's actually a shortcut, which nothing anywhere indicates. So these guys don't have a lot of HP, if I'm remembering correctly. So let's do this. Yep, no, crashed. Well, obviously it's unavailable and therefore not available. So you see that chest right there? That's an eye drop. This is the final dungeon. Anyways. So this. So we can get the Genji armor here. We have to fight straight-up bosses, including Zombie Borgin. There are 4 mini-bosses in Pandemonium. All of them drop the Genji armor. Here's the thing. The Genji armor sucks. And it's just the ultimate expression of that negative I've already given. The Genji armor has negative 47% evasion per piece. It also has a magic penalty of 100%. It is supposed to be the heaviest of the heavy armors. Problem is, as we've discussed before, heavy armor just kind of sucks compared to evasion, and the final boss has a very high chance to hit. Meaning, heavy armor is actually objectively bad against the final boss. You want an evasion build for him. Keep in mind, the whole game has been encouraging you to do an evasion build, but for the final boss, you pretty much need an evasion build. So yeah, the Genji gear is garbo, and we are not going to bother with it, which is great, because that's 4 bosses we don't have to think about. That would be Zombie Borgin, Tiamat, Astaroth, and Beelzebub, if you're wondering. Oh, I lied. We are going to be fighting one of those bosses. Hang on, where is that? That's here. Which we get to from D and E. Okay, so let's go to D, which is this one. For the Jade Passage specifically, Mr. Red. Which I stand by, it's worth noting. There's a lot of extremely good gear in the Jade Passage, which is good, because we need all of it. Might give a negative for this. Oh yeah, by the way, this is as good as time as I need to mention. By the way, look at this horrible floor. At least it's crystallized now. But look at this horrible, horrible floor, right? How many of you know what War Mech is? Let's do this. Pretty much like that. Anyways, did you know there's actually a War Mech in FF2? Not literally, there's an equivalent. It is the Iron Giant. In fact, it is the first Iron Giant in the series, I believe. Don't quote me on that. Not 100% sure about that. But yeah, you can. There's an extremely low chance, same chance as War Mech. I believe it's actually the exact same code. That you can interact with the Iron Giant here. If you do, he will probably kill you for the same exact ways that War Mech would. This is halfway through the final stretch of the final dungeon. That's when you can encounter War Mech. Or the Iron Giant. So yeah, the Iron Giant, just to give you some stats here, he has 3,500 HP, 240 MP. His attacks are at the same level as the Emperor's. Just so he hits like an absolute truck. Now, he has no defense at all. So that's cool. He will either attack you or use Poison Cloud 16, and that's it. This asshole. Yeah, no, that's kind of it. Sorry. Like, he's got... he is resistant to matter, mind, death, body, and fire. He is weak to lightning and ice, though. And they might think, well, is there any benefit? Yeah, he can drop Genji armor, just randomly. He can drop another Excalibur or another Aegis shield. Very rarely, by the way, 5% chance in both. So you can farm him for, like, Excaliburs and Aegis shields if you really want to. I would not recommend that. The main reason I've been safe stating so much is on the extremely rare chance that we actually get an Iron Giant encounter. I should mention, I never have to my memory or knowledge. Same as how I've never actually interacted with Warmac before. So, I'm just cursing myself by saying that out loud, but you know what, whatever, it's still true. No, that's an extremely valid perspective, Lord Aaron. Again, Square has this problem of leaving the absolute best stuff so far into the game that it is completely worthless by the time you have access to it. As I have said many, many, many times, FF7 is the worst about this. But every FF does this to some extent. Even FF1 had the Mazmune as the only loot in the final dungeon. So here's Astaroth. See how this works out. We're gonna just kind of do the usual. Pretty much every fight is gonna boil down to the same thing at this point. Fight, fight, and then every round, Guy is going to be buffing. Fight, 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 fight. He hits pretty hard, but I think we're okay. Off the deeper end. Let's go ahead and get an Osmos in before he dies. If we can, yep, there we go, good. Little mana refill. And, I guess we can try toading him, that'd be funny. Never know. Also, I would say the last boss is actually harder than the Iron Giant. For exactly one reason. And I'll talk about that when we get there. Don't let me forget. Okay, so let's just get some cure on here. Oh, that is a terrible heal at this level. Is this guy not dead yet? Also, yeah, anybody who's played FF4, the fight bosses to get really good gear mechanics should look very familiar. '16 has very good loot in the DLC, which you can only even access when you are at the last boss. Not at the last dungeon, at the last boss. I actually complained about that when I was playing through FF16. Am I doing damage? Hang on. Let me non-fast forward one of these things. Yeah, we're doing damage. Not a lot. Actually doing very, very little damage. He's also casting Drain, which is probably part of what's slowing this down so much. Okay. Let's try and drain more of his mana while we're here. So which FF games don't pull that trick? Obviously 5 and 6 don't, because 5 and 6 actually have really good itemization. It's one of their better aspects. Lots of HP up. Sure game, whatever. Put that into the retirement pile. 8 doesn't really have itemization in the strictest sense of the word, so it just kind of bypasses it by not applicable. Okay, Ribbon. So why did I get Ribbon? So they're the best armor in the game. They're a head slot, they have no evasion penalty, no magic penalty, huge boost to magic defense, and resistance to all elements. Obviously no status effect thing, that's not a thing yet. So that's just the tank helmet. And honestly, I'm just gonna give that to our tank. I'm just gonna build tall. Here. Be immune to everything. Yeah, look at that for a second. So he has resistance to everything, first of all. He has 699 evade and 599 magic defense. It is difficult to be tankier than that. Possible. You can get tankier. Yeah, 9's a weird one. 10's a weird one too, because you can make your own gear, and that kind of is better for the most part. And, you know, the ultimate weapons are their own thing. So 10 kind of bypasses it again. But mostly just by virtue of not really having anything. And they just killed... I love these enemies. I really do. I was just thinking to myself, I wish these enemies existed. And here they are. They're just a part of my life now. Isn't this great? Let's just focus fire for a second. Just kill them. Just kill them. Just kill them. We got an Osmos off in the middle of that. Dude, I'm just saying, this might be one of the most... Like, you know, I have a category, which is for me only, for the LGAs at the end of the year. And it's most miserable game to play through in the year. This is getting it. I'm just gonna say that right now. This is such a miserable game to play, and I have been dragging my ass through this thing all week. I am extremely ready to not be playing this game. I am sure. I do think this is going to be worse than FF11, I really do. Ultima 1 was nowhere near as frustrating as this, and much shorter. 13,000 gold. Thanks! Worst dungeon for Palamecia? What would the worst dungeon in 2 be? My knee-jerk thought is actually the Mesidian Tower. Yeah, exactly, Valerian. Like, I think FF11 will be not great, but it won't be this, you know? Like, I'm sorry. I'm trying not to overstate this. Because if anything, I have been understating this. I have been in abject misery and trying to paint over it with trying to be funny on camera. And I hope I've been doing at least a decent job of that, because this has been awful playing through this game. Yeah, this is the Demi-Force version. That's the exact version. This is the version I played back in the day. This is terrible. This is so bad. Okay, so fun fact, we actually just rewound a bit. Isn't that great? But it's okay, we're gonna go forward. We had to get past the armor section. Here we go. Yep, okay, so here we go. This game is great, Strife! This game is so fun! I've never had more fun, ever, than in playing this game! This is hell. I'm in hell. Literally, actually, because we're in Pandemonium, which is the fortress of hell. Why is the crystal aesthetic the place for hell? Like, that's got to be some Japanese folklore thing, right? Because that is such a common thing. Lots of games... Like, there's two things video games tend to do for hell. Guts level or crystals. Sometimes both. Why the crystals? Like, there's got to be some reason for that, right? Okay, where am I? Okay, so there's an item on this floor, okay? You ready for this? You ready for the amazingness of this item? It's a Sage's Wisdom, which sets your int to 99 for the duration of the battle, which actually isn't terrible, but still, like, what? Yeah, exactly, Valerian. Like, oh my god! Okay, so we're still leveling Blink. Blink's up to 3. Okay, we're doing good. I'm not going to get that item because I'm not going to use it. I don't need int. Of all the things I could use here. So there's our destination, 4 squares south of me. So After Years was more boring. Like, way more boring than this. But it was mostly just boredom, right? It was like, yeah, just kind of spinning our wheels, pushing through stuff. This is much worse to play. Right? Like, this is... I'm not describing it. Whatever you're seeing of me having gotten used to the controls and just the awful, terrible interface and figuring out what enemies are, and having multiple guides up on the right here to constantly double check what items do, or what armor does, or what spells do. This isn't the same category. Could be, to quite like, because they did the crystals thing for 1, even though they were actually orbs back then. And they could have just been like, crystals, here you go. I've also been using the fast forward feature prodigiously. Unashamedly, I feel like adding. If you're wondering what it looks like when I don't, this isn't a great battle to show it off. So let me get to another battle. There's a specific encounter which would be perfect to show off just how awful this game looks when you don't fast forward. And then maybe you'll understand why I have been. It'd be nice if I could get that at least one more thing up. By the way, the encounter table changes when we get to the next floor. So yes, there is one last encounter table. It is even worse than this. I like how these are wolf devils, by the way. Can't just be werewolves, no, they're demons. It's cool. It's cool. Let's get an Osmos in if we can. I should start focusing on that, try to get his mana back up. Okay. I think this might actually be the last encounter table of the game. As of here. Hey, here's our actual crystal aesthetic. There you go. Full crystal now. Nope, I'm wrong. There is actually one last encounter table after this. It is literally on the last floor. This is 8, so there's on floor 10 it'll get even worse, if you can believe that. Alright, what's in here? Okay, so there's 2 items in this, okay? These are the last items in the game. What do you think they are? I'll give this away. They're not gil and they're not potions. What do you think they are? What do you think the final loot items of the entire game are? Buckler! Yes, the Iron Giant is on every floor from 5 and up, which is why I've been saving so carefully and so regularly. 2 gil! Getting fancy now. Genji armors would make a lot of sense. They are an acid vial, that is to say a dragon bean, and a hellfire. The acid vial casts Poison Cloud 10 when used as an item. Hellfire casts Fire 5. And that's the last loot of the game. Poison Cloud 16, 1-use item. And Fire 5, 1-use item. I'm not going to loot that crap. That's literally a waste of inventory. Flare 5 I could see. Like that, yeah, okay. Sure. But Fire 5? Seriously? Even in this playthrough, I've hit the 7s. Oh no, Fire 5 is nothing. If I was fully no-really leveling magic, I should be in the 10s right about now. And that's without grinding, to be clear. That's just being much more studious about using magic. So no, that's the point. Fire 6 is... Or sorry, Fire 5 is... Huh? Chaotic's dead again. As is his wont. That's Leon's like, I am the ruler of this chunk of the ground that I'm laying on. Oh my god. Okay, get up. Get up. He is saving my other people from taking damage. That is hilarious, Valerian. That is absolutely hysterical. I'm sorry. Wow. Yeah, by the way, I should mention, really is the only... it really might be FF started that trend. I don't know, because FF1 goes back pretty far. That's what, 87? I have played Saga 1, Saga 2, and Saga 3. The only one I enjoyed of that bundle was 3. But it's been since it was new, since I've played them, so I don't really know, like, how good they are or bad they are, or anything, really. Oh my god! So that's an Ice Gigas, which ran from us. That's actually really funny. I accept that outcome. I'm not even mad. I'm gonna take it. Now, you're probably wondering, why are they running from us? So their fear value is relative to our HP value. And we did actually raise our HP pretty considerably, and it's party HP. So we have, like, what is that? 52, 55, 85, 88, 98. We have about 9,800 HP amongst the group of us. That's pretty high. Okay, so I'm chopping off the guessing game, putting in a save state. I know some people who actually exit here. And, you know, lock it in, and then just go to the whole final dungeon again. Not doing that before you even ask. Where's the guessing sheet? I actually already have it up. There it is. You have 20 seconds. Here, I'll indulge you in a slightly better version of this song. Give me a second. There's actually several better versions of this song. Go figure. There it is. I mean, it's very apocalyptic. I mentioned that in my notes, and I gave it a positive push-ups because, yeah, there's like no... there's no hope, right? Like, the world isn't getting better. This is just trying to prevent hell from wiping over the world. The world's already smashed, right? We've already had the apocalypse. Now we're trying to prevent this from getting even worse. And that's pretty much it. That's our only goal here. We've got something left. Let's at least have... It's funny because we've talked for years about sequels and which FFs are most open-ended for sequels. 2 is one of the most open-ended of the FFs at its end. Because it's like, there's this gigantic area now for, now what? The world is destroyed. Demons have run over everywhere. We chopped off the portal to hell, so that's done. Palamitia's gone, completely destroyed by Pandemonium. So that's a major power gone. Deist is wiped out. The Hiryu are gone. The Dragoons are gone. Yeah, no, exactly. And After Years for FF2 makes perfect sense because there's so much room for a story here. By contrast, FF4 ended in an extremely conclusive manner, such that there were very few dangling threads for a future sequel. Even FF6 ended in a pretty definitive way, but had more room for a sequel than 4. I don't know, it's just... 2 feels like it stops right before the... how do I put this in words? It feels like 2 ends, and then there should be, like, another chapter after it, right? No, we're not bringing Mateus back. He's dead. Let him stay dead. Let's just leave him lie. He's good. Alright. That's plenty of time for you guys to get your guesses in, so we're going to do this. Lock this off. Hello, game. FF22. Featuring Knuckles! There we go. Oh, wow, Valerian. That's a hell of a guess there. I'm just going to delete that right now for no reason. Valerian guessed plus 5,000. I have a strange feeling, call me a weirdo, that's not the way that this is going to go. Yeah, no, Leon is a much better potential pick for a villain. He's still alive. He's still evil. Right? There's still baggage there. Spoilers, they're not going to finish that up at all. All right, real quick. Real quick. Where do you think I go on this floor? Just look at the screen right now. You're playing this game. You don't have a map. Where do you go? Anybody in chat who doesn't know where to go. So Gold Ratio says to go up. I'm not going to do it because I don't want any more encounters. Lord Harriman says up. DZ Maven says up. I will also agree. When I first got to this floor, my first thought was up. If you go up, you'll find nothing. Just more of these weird statues. Why are there angel statues in here? So we tried down. Also nothing. There's just statues. Would you like to run, Giga? I'll let you run. Yeah, headless angel statues. What the heck is going on here? The answer is this southwest corner. This is kind of a troll move. Because as recently as here, you cannot see that. There's another Gigas. Yeah, by the way, I love this. I love this. You thought I was exaggerating earlier with how insane the Gigases are? The final encounter table of the game is Gigases. And now we're here. Future versions of the game make this like a glass floor, but I think we're supposed to be in space or something. I don't know. See? Gigas. Gigas, you thought I was joking. You thought that I was talking up the Gigases. They are the last encounters of the game. And we are not messing with that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and use our last elixirs here. Just top off. I'm not going to save them for after. Thank you for asking. And we'll burn the X potion on him, because whatever, why not? That would be cool, push-ups. FF102 did a lot wrong, but I always liked the premise. Because FF102's premise is very much, now what? Right? Like, Okay, final boss time. So we're going to make a couple of saves here, because I'm going to show off a few things. So at last you've made it. Prepare for the fight of your life! Alright, so you notice I didn't bring the Blood Dragon, or the Blood Sword in. That's on purpose. I want to try a few other things out first. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to cast Wall on him. I love 10-2's combat, Zeal Knight. I think 10-2 has tied for the best core combat in the entire franchise, and I still think that to this day. What is it tied with? Tens. Okay, so I'm not sure if that actually went off, but we'll find out in a second. I'm gonna laugh if this works first try. It shouldn't, realistically speaking. Okay, so he has the ability to cast Dispel 16. Good news, it doesn't actually do what it's supposed to do. It's completely bugged. So we're just gonna wait for that to go through. Oh, wow. It didn't actually work. Okay, so hang on. So let's rewind. I was going for the instant kill trick. It didn't work. That's because I don't have the stats to actually land the spell. Whatever. So you can kill him instantly with Toad if you reflect him. Because reflect overrides his status of things. It's a bug. It's a bug. Okay, so let's show off the second way you can kill this guy. So he's actually supposed to have the undead status effect, since they literally call him undead in-game. However, because he had so much states, he had so much status states in his character sheet, his metaphorical character sheet, they ran out of memory addresses for it. So he actually isn't undead, which means you can use the blood sword on him. So that's hitting for 2,000. Now, he hits like a truck, and there's something the game doesn't tell you about this fight, which really makes it suck more than anything else. He has innate HP drain, which means the damage he does when he hits you with a physical attack, and remember, he hits you like a truck, he heals for. What are his actual stats? Hang on, give me a second here. So he is a... Oh, God. Earth, Flyer, Absorb, Resist, Absorb, Resist, 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 Resist. And... I feel like that's actually it. But that's taking up all the space. Oh, also his spell list takes up some of that. So his spell list is... Attack, Starfall 10, Flare 16, Slow 16, Curse 16, Dispel 16, Blind 16. And all of that just takes up his character, his memory addresses, because he has so many attacks and so many states, status states, that he's just Earth flying. He's Earth flying, by the way. What? I have actually heard some people theorize that Earth was supposed to be undead, and that's the bug, but whatever. Yeah, he's an Omni. Mateus, in lore and in gameplay, is an Omni. He can cast whatever the hell he wants to. When Dissidia came around, they were trying to figure out how to represent him, because a lot of the enemies, a lot of the villains in Dissidia, are all mages, so how do you differentiate them? And I think they did a pretty good job of it. His thing was he was a trap mage. He has very slow-moving attacks that home in on you, and he has the ability to put down traps, which will stun you, or do damage over time, or lower your speed, or otherwise do something to reduce your ability to dodge. He's actually very fun to play as. I wouldn't say he's one of my favorites, but like, you know, A tier kind of a thing. You know what? You're not doing any damage here. Why don't you go ahead and do this? Yeah, by the way, do you notice that her with the Oichi bow is doing like 15 damage? So that's the thing. This guy is so insanely difficult. I'm actually pretty sure I am incapable of beating him without doing some kind of glitch here. In this case, I am specifically doing the Bloodsword glitch. And he's dead. Now, just for funsies, we're going to make an attempt here. And do this without the Bloodsword and without Frog. I don't think this is possible. I legitimately think it is not possible for me to defeat him here, legitimately. I'm going to make my best attempt at this. Okay, so we actually had a good first round. Because he didn't kill anybody and we got blink off on everybody. Now I really need to be busting up my damage, so I want her to be doing more damage, and I want him to... So let's look at our damage values here. He's still hitting us for 700, which means he's healing for 700. We're hitting for 37 with Excalibur, and 140 with a crit on Yuichi. That's what we're up against. Like, he is net positive. He's at full health. We have done no damage to him. Yep, so he just healed for another 744. I just hit him for 0. Oh, 198. 6. So she's fully buffed in terms of damage. Let's start buffing him now and see if we can get him to do some real damage. $38. Yep. Okay, she's up to doing 300 damage on a crit, which is not bad, but still not enough to out damage his healing. So we haven't really started actually doing damage to the boss yet. We're going to finish buffing Furion. Let's see what that does. Furion is up to doing 17 damage. That's exactly why I had R. Mateus's lines be what it was, push-ups. His final lines were, I am Emperor, because he was entirely focused on himself. It didn't even occur to him that someone beat him. It was just so far out of his mind. It's like, nope. Okay, so... let's go ahead and steal some mana here. So, Furion with the frickin' Excalibur... There's Meteor, by the way. This is Starfall, I think. This version of the game. Furion with the second best weapon in the entire game is hitting for like 20. So I am still net negative on killing this guy. I am not actually doing damage to him. This is insane. Why don't you spend a round healing yourself? So we're going to try one more thing, because I think I've proven my point that if we were not using the Blood Sword, it would be impossible. We would not be capable of defeating this boss. Well, he just healed for 2,187. So he's now down 100. By the way, he has 10,000 health. So we're just going to keep casting this and kind of hope for some RNG. Remember, he is resistant to or absorbs everything. In fact, walking into this fight with a caster party is just a recipe for disaster, because it's not going to work out. I'm going to give this a few more... Damn it. Okay, a few more rounds of attempts here. How do you beat him legitimately? I never have. So my answer to you is, I have no idea. Yeah, I have beaten this boss with the Blood Sword. On this version, I consider that a legitimate kill. What I'm trying to do right now is far more exploity, whereas the Blood Sword is just, you know, the thing that does percent damage. That's a lot less exploity than what I'm trying to do and failing at. Ooh, I crit for 150. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, there's Flare 16. Another fun one he does. If you get really lucky, he will primarily do magic damage. Amusingly, his magic damage is substantially easier to deal with than his spells. Despite being the ultimate caster, his physical hits are in the thousands range, and he heals from them. Whereas his spells do like 800. For that alone, I think this is kind of an untested, is the way I want to call that fight. And considering how rushed and thrown out the door this game was, that would not surprise me. Okay, one more round. I'm going to try one more round, then I'm going to give up on this, because it's stupid. Alright, one more thing here. One more thing. So, you may remember that Minwu made the ultimate sacrifice for us. Oh, totally the former Trixie. The latter was always dumb. Alright, here we go. This is it. This is from you, Minwu! Ultima! 38 damage. I was beaten twice. How can it be? Let's get out of here. Yeah, we killed him with a hit for... You did it! Congratulations! Hang on. Congratulations! You did it! Sorry. I'm done. So, you came back. I'm impressed. Bye, Paul. Pirate life is great. Come back whenever you want. Congratulations. Nope, nope, that's not what she says. She says congratulations. Excuse me. Congratulations. Daddy would be very happy. She didn't even say very. I'm just... Joseph! We will work to rebuild the world. Farewell! So, everything is finished. So it seems. Let's live together again. Brother? We know too much about each other now. It can never go back to the way it was. Brother, why? Wait, please stop him, Furion. He's right. I can't stop him. Leon, someday. I promise. And meanwhile, those four are fighting the Emperor in heaven. That's not a joke. That's a real thing that's happening. The world needs us. Let us move on. And so the era of war came to an end. In time, the long and hard days would be forgotten, but people would always remember the children who saved the world. To the souls of the four, their friendship will never be forgotten. Okay, I overall don't mind. Hey, it's Nisir Gabelli. Salud. I overall don't mind the story of this game, legitimately. I think this ending sucks. I don't expect much from an NES game. I really don't, right? But this is like, you did it! Bye! It's just, what? It does. It feels like a false ending. And remember, this game has already had a false ending prior to now. I actually distinctly remember the first time I beat this and legitimately thought it was a second false ending. Remember, by the time I played this, it was 1998. I'd already played FF7 by this point. And 6 and 4 and 5, I think. So, I'm not sure if I played 2 or 5 first. I'd have to check the timeline on that. Point being, I was waiting for it. I was waiting for the second twist of, aha, right? No, nothing. Get all this FF2 information off my screen. Go away! Go away! Go away! I don't want to look at you anymore. I think you're right, Valerian. Because, yeah, we got the Shadows over Palakia rip. I don't know anything about that off the top of my head, Zeal Knight, so I don't know. Is the honest answer there. Okay, so. I would like to argue for 3 negatives for the final boss. The NES final boss is so hilariously untested. And it is. This is actually a really common thing. It still is. It's still a problem. But this was common to the point of normal back in the NES era, because most of the time they would just run into a point where they're running into a deadline or running out of budget or running out of interest, and they're just like, ship it, just ship it. There's a reason Mount Etoy is completely untested in Mother 1, right? It's the same exact thing. This is actually pretty common. FF1 actually had a similar problem. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, it's because the boss is either a complete joke in a way that is at least reasonable to understand, you know, at least a way that you could understand without a walkthrough, or functionally impossible. And by the way, nothing tells you that he's healing. Nothing tells you that he's HP draining as he does it. And that's kind of important because I want you to imagine the fight I was just doing. You could probably hang there for a while. If you get your evasion stats high enough, you've got 2 people healing the whole time, and you're just pushing through it with the Aegis shield and the Excalibur. You could probably think you're making some progress, but you're not. And you don't know it. You don't know that his health keeps resetting to full every time he smacks you. Well, to full, but you get my point. And that's just troll. It is a troll boss. I just can imagine people just sitting here like, oh, I could do this. How much health did this guy have? Oh my God. I got this, right? Surely at some point. Anyways, for funsies, who wants to see someone beat this game in 5 minutes? I'm actually going to watch this. I want to see this, because I don't know what this run is. I've never seen this run before. Okay, so we start off... Here, let's get some music on. Actually, I do have a song. This is all with dialogue, so we're going to... Whatever. But it's okay. I actually have done a composite of this game. So I'm just going to watch, because I really want to know what he does to beat the game in 5 minutes. So this is all still cutscene land. I like how he doesn't even have any sequences. He's got the tracker on the left there, right? Normally you have stuff there like, hey, you know, this thing and time frame, and you set up chapters and you see your time on individual sections, individual segments of the game, excuse me. Okay. Okay, so he's going to the magic shop. Alright. He bought, fire, I think? Splits, thank you. I couldn't think of the terminology. I haven't actually sat down properly speedrunning in a while. He's got his foot on the reset button. Okay, so he has equipped something in his item slot. He just saved and reset. To get rid of encounters. Save and reset, yep. Get rid of encounters. Very common strategy. I showed off how you can do this myself. Save and reset. Yeah, okay. Then he puts something on the thing. Switches to Dr. Mario. Switches back to FF2. Encounters a Groger. Switches out his spell with his weapon, which he shouldn't even be capable of doing. Yeah, this is ACE, Arbitrary Code Execution. Kills a monster he should have absolutely no capacity to kill by glitching it out. Gets some item from it. It's in Japanese. I don't know what the item is. So you may notice that there's some weird rendering glitches at the top and bottom of the screen. Okay, yep, switches back to Dr. Mario. Switches back to FF2. Dr. Mario is apparently really good for this. This is not the only game that does this. The reason I bring that up, though, is because the Japanese cartridges... So, this is something I've suspected for a while, and the guy behind Smash Brothers and Kirby confirmed this very recently, just like a couple years ago. I can't remember his name, please forgive me. He's cool. Sakurai, thank you. Confirmed this, that a lot of programmers back in the day would deliberately not care about rendering on the edges of the screen, right? And so, because most TVs were kind of designed in the day back so that you wouldn't even really see the edge of the screen. There was something in the way, or the screen was curved, or whatever. So they would do a lot of rendering and they would do a lot of loading and unloading assets on the edges of the screen, which is why you're seeing this stuff as the game's moving around. You can see this on a lot of NES games because it was really common. You can see this in Kirby, you can see this in Mega Man 3. It was just a normal technique because nobody cared about what was happening at the edge of the screen. Some later games actually do this interesting trick. You've probably seen this, where you're playing a game, but like there's this black bar on the left edge of the screen, and you probably wouldn't even notice it after a minute because it's just normal and it's there. And that black bar is there specifically to hide the scanning and the rendering that's happening over there underneath it. So he's raising his stats. I don't know why he's raising his stats. I mean, he's raising his stats to a specific level to set the RAM to a specific level. That's what he's doing. Great version of this song, by the way. But that's why you see stuff like that right there. See that glitching? That's just rendering and overscanning. Okay, doing some more RAM inputting. And the end! So I do have a real speedrun for you. Yeah, we went to bed and the Emperor's dead. By the way, no offense to this gentleman whatsoever. He's a cool speedrunner. But, like, look at his expression. Like, look, take in his expression for just a second. I like to think... Yeah, no, exactly a second. I like to think that that's just the face of someone who has played FF2 way too many times. NES FF2, of course, because it's the glitchiest. He's just done. He's just done. Here's the funny part. This is the current world record of the NES version, any percent, no major skips, of Final Fantasy II on the NES. Here's the fun thing. This record was set like 6 months ago. It was set back in December. Or 7 months, whatever we're at now. Like, this is actually really recent. Okay, so now, let me go ahead and do my thing here. Yeah, we're just going to call that the FF2 face from now on. Probably DZ Maven. It is interesting to me that people are... that there's enough interest in this run that people are still running this run as of 6 months ago. Or 7 months ago, whatever we're at. So, speedrunners have this concept called grinding. It is... I disagree with the usage of the word, but the way they use it is, it's when you sit down and you just mash. You just do attempts over and over and over and over and over again, trying to get your time down, trying to improve that. And let me tell you, it can get a little crunchy. Oh, God. Yeah, Cycloud, yeah. Exactly, DZ Maven. Yeah, we usually see the last run, when they've been running this game for like a week or two. Yeah, exactly, DZ Maven. So I always have so much respect for people who do this kind of stuff live during marathons and the like. I was gonna say they're actually planning SGDQ now. I heard they're doing something about doing it at Gamescom, something like that. I've kind of fallen off that because I got so much of my own crap going on right now. I was just looking into it recently, and I swear I saw something about them shuffling it to Gamescom. Mm-hmm. You know, it's probably one of their side things. Not a lot of people know that GDQ actually does a bunch of side marathons, in addition to the big AGDQ and SGDQ ones. So, how long do you think this game was? I'll give you a hint. Final Fantasy 1 on the NES was 17 hours long. It's actually pretty long. Let's consider. This is going to be interesting at some point in time, because I intend to, you know, have all of this data alongside each other. It'll be interesting to see which of the FFs is actually the shortest. I have a feeling 6 will at least be in the running for that. The answer is 33.14 hours. That is very chunky for an NES game in general. Yeah, let's go. Oh, sorry. Yeah, and if you want to beat the final boss without using the blood sword, then add a few hours to that. This game has grind. Sorry. I mean, even a single screw-up could cost you a run, push-ups. I almost wish he didn't have the camera on, though, because he's not doing anything. He's just staring at the game. Like, no offense to this guy. This is a good example of why not every speedrunner is a good presenter, right? There's a certain amount of charisma and a certain amount of skill. I don't mean, like, high skill. I mean, like, there is a skill set of presenting, right? This is one of the reasons why, for years now, I have argued that you need to have... Either if you are not very good at presenting the game, you need to have a good person on the couch. I have seen bad people on the couches before. It's not very pretty. I don't know what he's buying. I think he's buying potions. 50 gold, that's probably what it is. Gravity circuit, lens 2, Mina L 1, Superstar Saga. Done. Exactly, Zara. And I have seen a few rarer speedrunners who are actually good at presenting while they're doing it. Not me. Like, I can talk about a speedrun while I'm doing it, but the most I tend to do is talk about completely unrelated things, like politics! Did you know that rich people suck? Tune in for a 5-hour discussion on the point. I can safely say this game had a better plot than After Years. uh. It's you might say the bar's at the moon, Cycloud. What's the theme of this game? I mean, later games like Dissidia would try to make it into a whole freedom versus oppression thing. But I'm not sure FF2 has a theme, or at least not the NES version of FF2. Suffering. Suffering. Trolling the player. You know, actually. Gigas. It's just the Gigas. Yeah, perseverance, survival. I can kind of see that. Listen, he's an arcane caster who's opened up a portal to hell. Well, shoot. Wouldn't you be, Giga? What is it? A new hope. That's the thing. There is no hope here. Like, the world's doomed. Well, maybe not literally doomed, but like it's definitely post-apocalypse era right now. Not a dig, just. So really insane players, I don't know if this is one of them, can actually tell when they have encounter tables memorized. because it's all static. So what I mean by that is if you do the same inputs every time, you will always have the same encounters on the same spots, right? So very experienced and insane RPG speedrunners will memorize those or have a program telling them what to do and where to do it, and that will then, they'll be able to predict what they need to do to accommodate that as they're going. I have seen some absolutely truly insane speedrunners, mostly Japanese, who will speedrun at Final Fantasy IV and use an extremely specific path because they can predict exactly where every encounter is, and it's bonkers to watch because FF4 is not that short of a game. Dragon Quest is a little bit easier to pull that off in. It's much shorter game, and the encounter table isn't very broad in Dragon Quest 1. Not a dig, just point it out. Okay. Yeah, there's the mist sequence break, but that's not really a huge sequence break. Not really. I'm not sure if there's any really big ones in 4. I'm more familiar with, other than tunneling to the moon. I do know about that one, obviously. But I'm more familiar with doing randomizers with 4 and being interesting about the routing in that than I am about speedrunning. So this should be fun. Let's see here. Yeah, it's actually not a joke. There's a way to go to a specific location and then cast warp, I think like 40 times or something like that. And then you have to make very specific movements, and then you're on the moon. That's not a joke, to be very clear. You want to hear something absolutely wild? This might be some Stockholm Syndrome involved here. I'm legitimately looking forward to the Pixel Remastered run of this game now. Don't mistake me, I don't think it's going to be like a knock it out of the park kind of a thing, but it's not going to be this. And I want, like, I've already done a little bit, like a passing dig into what they improved, and I already showed you some of it on camera. Changes to guild values, changes to chests, changes to how much things cost in shops, actually telling you what the armor does, actually telling you what the items and inventory does, so you can actually make decisions without using a frickin' walkthrough. Substantially improved leveling speed for everything, so you'll actually have reasonable stats on weapons and magic. We might actually be able to use Ultima. Yeah, no, exactly, Kenix Cow. And you make fun, Pillars of Snow, but I'm serious. I'm serious. Like, I'm I haven't played it, as a reminder. The only Pixar Remaster I've played through is 1, which I've actually played through twice now. I did it once on my phone, just because I was curious. And I did it once during the recent Non-Dark, when I didn't have my computer. And I was like, screw it, I just feel like playing a dumb, mindless game that I've already played, because I didn't want to spoil myself. And I just smashed through FF1 PR in like 8 hours. I also did a funny thing, which you're going to make fun of me for. I just cranked all of the gains up to max. Kept the encounters on. Because the idea then was that I would never have to sit and grind at any point in FF1. I would just be able to Korean method my way through. And I was right. It's not perfect, but it was about the power level I should be at for most of the game. Go figure. So just remove the grind from the game completely. Jesus Christ, Warren. By the way, 7 negatives to grind. That is the second most grind negatives I've given a JRPG. Nope, that's a lie. Excuse me. That is the third most. So let's pause for a second and kind of analyze. Does that feel about right? Because the 2 games that I put as further are Secret of the Stars and Pokemon Red, Pokemon Gen 1. And as I'm sitting here thinking about it, I think this might need more grind negatives. Because I feel like this game should be about as grindy, I should say, about as grindy as Pokemon Red. What are we thinking? What are we feeling? Obviously I did a lot of that off camera, but whatever. Especially bad because it's not linear grind. So it takes longer. Like, I did grind to raise my attack and my HP, but that didn't do anything for my mana. If I wanted to actually sit and grind my mana, that's a whole other bag, right? In this version of the game, I gotta keep adding that. I've had so many people be like, why do you hate FF2? NES. And they're immediately like, oh, yeah, okay. No more questions. Oh, jeez. Okay, hang on. Before I hit this, let's just do this. Almost every negative I gave to level design was for troll rooms. I don't know why 16 is the max. I feel like there's a programming reason why 16 is the max. I don't know off the top of my head. Anyways, the reason I bring that up is because that's negative 24 just to level design. Before you ask, no, that is not a record. Secret of the Stars is up there, obviously. So is Xenogears, actually. And so is Lufia 2R. But can anyone guess the most negatives to level design I've ever given a JRPG? Just crushing it. It is double the negatives I gave this game. Just for level design. Any guesses? For a JRPG specifically, Kennex Go. Sorry. I just said Secret of the Stars. Sonic Chronicles. Haven't reviewed it. Mother? Haven't reviewed that either. I think Starfield does beat this because Starfield's dungeon design is terrible. Pokemon Red? Oh. Giga got it. It's Paper Mario Sticker Star. Double. 40 plus negatives to level design for Sticker Star. And I stand by that, by the way. Yeah, if you didn't see the Sticker Star run, I highly recommend it because... Oh, oh. What's he up to? I've been really focused on the auditor. I haven't keeping track. Sticker Star is hilariously bad. The only reason it's not further down on the list is because it only has a terrible story. We can go down from there. Oh god, it's the Chocobo music. Don't worry. It's a real Chocobo song. Random thought. Literally just core memory unlocked, right? I was talking to a friend of mine. This would have been back in, like... Had to have been 2000. Almost had to have been the year 2000. And I was talking about having beaten this game on the NES. And I was very proud of that. I was talking to someone... I wouldn't call him a friend, but he was someone I played MMOs with. And he posited a thought, which I've heard several times since then. But this is like one of the first times I've heard this. And the thought was... The only measuring stick, the only metric of quality in game design is how hard it is. The reason I mentioned this is he heard me talking about how much this game just absolutely just shreked my ass. Gave me the swamp, or however Mr. Ed so eloquently put that. And he was like, dude, I gotta play that. So I gave him my copy. So here, try it out, see what you think. He hated it. He hated it so much. And I admit, with a bit of embarrassment, a very visceral satisfaction at that. Like, I was so satisfied to see him be like, ah! Why? He didn't get anywhere. He got to the snow cavern and gave up. It was just like, nah, I'm done, dude. And I'm like, okay. No judgment, really. Okay, final audit. Let's zoom in a little bit here. It does, Rain36. You're absolutely right. Again, I've heard that said a bajillion times since then. How many times... It's often one of those passive things. I forget what that's called in psychology. Hang on. It's one of those things where people will, like, not actively associate something, but, like, it's considered normal. It's like, well, of course, like someone says, how good was the game? Well, it was very hard. And they say that like that answers the question, right? That kind of a thing, where it's just automatically assumed that difficulty equals quality without actually directly saying difficulty equals quality. It's just kind of a normalized thing, right? Maybe that's a truism? I don't know. I don't know what it's called. But you know what I'm talking about. I've seen that a lot. What's funny is, I get the idea, because proper difficulty is awesome, right? Like, a properly difficult game is very engaging, and is like, yeah! But... Okay, so he blew up the thing. I've actually lost track. Where is he? All this Japanese. I can't read Japanese. Ah. Yet. You know what? Of all the negatives I could say about this game, it doesn't have microtransaction, it doesn't have a frickin' crafting system. Sorry, Valerian. That's not funny. Oh man, I'm so glad. Real talk, I feel satisfied having finally laid this game to rest. And I legitimately think that this is just chung, we're done. I never have to play the NES version of this game again. I have proven on camera that I can beat it without cheats. It's the second time I've beaten this game without cheats. I'm good, right? That's satisfying. I do think, and I said this earlier, I do think I've already answered the question for myself. I don't think this is the worst FF game. I don't. I think that's going to go to 13. But that kind of answers it for me, right? Like, I wouldn't have known that until I'd already gone through 2. God, I'm almost out of time on the frickin' song. It's like a 40-minute song. I've been spending 40 minutes doing this audit. I apologize, everyone. It can't possibly have been 40 minutes. 36. Okay, whatever. The grief tag. See, the problem with doing the troll tag is that's funny, but what else would get the troll tag? I can't even give this the first game tag. This is pretty much the exact same team that did 1, with a couple of extra people. Almost all the extra people would then move on to make Saga 1 on the Game Boy. 1 year later, by the way. Yeah, exactly. This was an experiment. FF13 was... I mean, you just put it perfectly. A three-way tug-of-war of active sabotage. Just, wow. Another game that could use a proper remake to touch it up. Polish over the story, fixes the sequencing, completely overhaul entire elements of the gameplay. Is this a labor of love? No. I can actually tell you that. A lot of the people involved really wanted to stretch, but that's not what a labor of love is, at least not how I define it. FF1 isn't either. Now, 3, interestingly enough, is far more of a let's go ahead and do the best we can with what we've got kind of a thing. 3 would probably qualify for labor of love. 4 definitely would. 5 wouldn't. 6 would. Past that, I'm less sure. And I'm not saying that about 6 just because I like 6. I'm being serious. FF6, I've said this before, FF6 was supposed to be the swan song. It was supposed to be the finale for most of the people who've been working on the FF series. And so they kind of threw themselves into it. Like, you know, just... This was supposed to be the Final Fantasy. And it was 6. That's a good question, Golden Ratio. I would prefer if it does its own thing, honestly. Even if, like, you know... Yeah, exactly, JBS. Almost was for Uematsu. I would prefer it if it's doing its own thing, even though 13.2 is apparently pretty legit, and I hope to actually review that someday to confirm or deny that. But I'd rather 13 just kind of be its own thing. You could conclude 13's story pretty neatly. You don't need the time punching, or the time explosions, or the time timing. Me too, off the deep run. I don't know for certainty. I've only played through 13.2 once, and it was with turbo cheats. And that massively skews my opinion on a game. I know this. I've experienced this. Is he still going through Summit Falls? Oh my god. Oh no, he's going to get the snowplow now. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, how the hell? Or the snow skiff? Snow strider? I don't know. What are the things called? Snow thingamabob. Yeah, any RPG speedrunner, and I'll include myself in this, will tell you the hardest thing by far to do is menuing. The best way to do it, speaking from experience, is to just memorize. Don't actually really look at the screen, just know the inputs you need to do. Like, I don't know, I was kind of doing that in this game, to be honest with you. Yeah, exactly, Blair. Just and that's your input for that. If it's one of the reasons why it gets funny. You might have seen me do this sometimes when I play an RPG where I do a menuing thing, and like the thing I expected to happen doesn't. I have to pause for a second and then look at the screen because I kind of wasn't looking at the screen. It's like, oh right, I missed a right in that. Whoops. My bad. First FF with a quest log? I think technically that would be the MMOs, but let's ignore the MMOs as we often do. So... yeah, I think 12 is the correct answer there on the PS2. Because they did have the hunt logs. Even that feels like an asterisk, though. Hey guys, how replayable do we think this game is? Sorry, Giga's correct. How playable do we think this game is? Yeah, just go find a door, put your hand in the door frame, and then slam your door on it a few times. There you go. You've replayed FF2. Yeah, actually, yeah. Look at the expression on that speedrunner. Look at him. His face is still just this... he looks dead. He looks like the stereotype of the DMV, right? Where there's just this... welcome to Final Fantasy II. What I like? Can I interest you in a Furion burger? Would you like to try and have a Maria combo today? We've got Mateus nuggets. Oh, dude, Majora's Mask is awesome, especially on the 3DS, where the notebook is even better. Oh, yeah, I should give that negative too. I just thought about that. Oh, that would be awful, Cyclone. There are some speedrunners like that who make a living off of speedrunning. And, well, that means you're kind of locked in at that point, aren't you? Mateus nuggets. You eat them and then you die. Hang on, I'm not done yet, Mr. Ed. I'm almost done. I know it's taken me a minute. I apologize. So yeah, it's another negative. Okay, so that should be it. Let's see what our numbers are. Let's just get rid of that. Yeah, stuff like this is yet another reason why I want to audit Secret of the Stars. It might not change that much. Like, I audited Mario 3 recently. Some of you probably didn't even notice that. And the score barely changed. Like, it went up by like 5 or whatever, but it's a far more in-depth and far more nuanced review now, which is what I wanted. So, an audit of Secret of the Stars might not change might not move the needle much, but I still want to do it. Really zoom in the camera on that garbage. I want to see the bacteria. I want to see the maggots. You know? All right. Yeah, I want to see the molecules. So, Final Fantasy II on the NES. Hang on. Let me. This is a good song to do this on. Let me pull this off here. Give me 1 second. Okay. +3 to story. That's not great for a JRPG. But, it's above 0. That is 0.09 positives per hour and a ratio of 63.64%. Gameplay. Stop the count. Stop the count. -115. That is the second worst gameplay score we've ever given a JRPG, surpassing Secret of the Stars for the moment. It does not reach the heady depths of Sticker Star. Sticker Star is way down there at -154. That is roughly 3.5 negatives per hour. And honestly, that sounds low to me. 3 distinct negatives every hour of playing this game. I should mention this game was so long, it got the boost modifier. The thing that boosts the score down because it's sufficiently long. Yeah. Anyways. Moving on. So that is a gameplay ratio of 6.77%. It's actually gradient off the deeper end by design. Pretty much the longer a game is, the more of a modifier it gets for retained density. It's done as a way to offset density just being a king stat, because otherwise density is like haste in most RPGs, right? It's just the only story to go. So that would be a final golden number. I'm just going to give this away. It does not beat Secret of the Stars. Or Sticker Star. Or Lufia 2R. However, it did beat Quest 64 and After Years. I'm in shock. Hang on, let me double check something. Hang on, that cannot be right. No, I think it can be right. No, that is right. Wow! Okay. That... Yeah. Hang on. This is a sufficient shocker. I'm double-checking my math. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Like, because this is legitimately shocking. No? Wow. Yeah. Okay. Give me 1 moment. I know, I'm not trying to keep you in suspense. Just give me a second. I want to 100% verify this. I'm just double-checking Diligent Dodo. I always want to double-check. We have run into issues before. I don't want us to run into one right now. See, now I'm in a hurry. Means I'm going to make a mistake. I shouldn't be in a hurry. Calm. Calm. Peace. You get to wait now, Reggie. Hang on, Trey. Hang on. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure it's Mega Man 5. Just from memory. Yeah, okay. Verified, 100%. So, Final Fantasy 13 got negative 361. Final Fantasy 2 on the NES got negative 300. .62. It beat 13. It actually beat 13. See, that's close enough in my mind between the two, because I played 13 pretty recently, that I was like, because that's only 30 off of each other. And 30 in the current system isn't a huge gap, right? So that feels about right. You know, that feels, yeah, okay, that's... Uh-huh. Yeah, no, the Pixel Remaster is going to do way better than that. But, oof, wow, yeah, so, yeah. Negative 393.62. That's impressive. Yeah, that is the fourth worst JRPG we've ever covered, only beaten by the absolute juggernauts of Secret of the Stars, Sticker Star, and Lufia 2R. The problem is, I can't even disagree with it. I can't even disagree with it. The last 4 days of my life have proven to me how much of a miserable, awful experience this game is. With a walkthrough, with knowledge of how the mechanics work, with understanding of what I'm doing, with a plan in mind, with speed up. Yeah. Yeah, no, I stand by that. Yeah, I think we have answered the question. There is absolutely no way in hell that there's another FF that's going to score below this. Oh my god, that's actually a good point, Valerian. Hang on a second. Here we go. FF11's an MMO. It really doesn't count. Also, I am expecting it to be net positive. Hang on, I'm trying to find a patch log. Jesus Christ, you're dumb. For this. Like a whatever, and I'm not actually finding one. Yeah, no, this, like, 13... What's funny is, this actually makes a degree of sense in hindsight. 13 did have some legitimately good ideas, some cool concepts, and some actually decent sections of the story, right? So that, it still was really terrible, but It wasn't like just this non-stop, just being slugged in the jaw over and over and over again. Anyways, so interestingly enough, Valerian, the reason I'm looking for a specific patch log is because, and I quote, this patch corrects coding errors. That's it. It's a translation patch which, and I quote, corrects coding errors. That's it. That's all it says. I mean, it'd be interesting to know. I'm still giving it the dings for the bugs, because those are pretty well-known bugs, and we are supposed to be reviewing the NES version, so it's whatever. But yeah. Wow. I'm looking forward to playing the Pixel Remaster version of this game now, because I bet you money it's going to score a little bit better. For those of you not aware, I am not going to stream tomorrow. Oh, yeah, guessing game, right, yes, hang on. I haven't got it up here. So what was it, 390, 393? Yeah, it looks like that's going towards Yada Yada. Congrats, Yada Yada. I will put that towards Yada Kudahi guessed -400. That'll put towards Dragon Quest 8, the Xenosagas, and I lost it. Jet Force Gemini. There we go. Dunzos. Grats. So, for those of you not aware, I have a real-life thing that I'm going to deal with. I haven't told anyone what it is. It's personal. It's private. It's none of your business. So, I will not be streaming for I don't know how long. I don't know when I'll be back to streaming. This is a non-dark, so I will not be getting work done during this. So, I don't know how long this is going to take. It's dependent on people who are not me, and therefore I cannot give you even an estimate. I would like to say I can't imagine this taking longer than a week, but every time I say that, it takes 5, so I'm just not going to say anything. When we come back, I'll make an announcement. I'll be like, hey, we're back. And I will go ahead and we'll start up the stream of Final Fantasy XI. I would like, as like a personal thing, I would kind of like to get a little bit of work done on the FF5 video. Anybody who wants to do voice acting for that, please let me know. Obviously, I'm not going to have access to my computer. I'm taking a drive. But if I have lines ready to go when I come back, I can sit down and get that in and maybe get that video done, right? Because I kind of like to do that. Lock that in. So if you want to participate in the FF5 video, go check out the Rewrite Discord. I've already got the script up, and some people have already put in some auditions. Otherwise, I'll see you in a week.